I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs blown. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make the man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Niger boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. A legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Ooh, that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know. Breaking status quo, reaping what I sow. Artistry like Van Gogh, get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace like headphones. See I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Ooh, that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
changing shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Austin.
Zoe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit. Hello everyone. Welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And
Woo!
Guys, hey Libra.
Let's go. Hello. Hello, everyone. Here it is, the Bob Ross of radio. I'm here.
The Bob Ross of radio. Hey, I love these new graphics that you made. I changed my avatar. Like, I was all excited. I tried to change my banner and it wouldn't let me. I don't know if I sized it wrong or what I did there.
Possibly.
No telling.
Yeah, that might be all it is. Yeah, you can always resize it. I can help you with that if you need to. I've had to mess with a lot of stuff like that because it'll come through as a full photo. And the only reason why I could see a full size photo if I email it to myself or whatever I'm doing from my phone or whatnot, I can, and it's no big deal because it's a 76-inch TV, so I don't have to change it. But when you're on a smaller screen, that's going to come up like showing just a letter from, the size of your head from just, a photo with a letter in it, But
Okay, so that's why. Well, it had all these different sizes. It said TV. It's saying exactly what you're saying right now is like
yeah,
TV and yeah. So I could see that because it looked like the boxes got smaller in certain. Like TV would obviously be the biggest, right? Because they would have to fit that format.
yeah,
I don't care how they get it up
it's
there.
all good. We'll figure it out.
I just want them to get it up there. I'm like, come on now, technology.
Get it up there, YouTube. What's going on? Yeah, what's going on, YouTube?
So
Mama.
yeah, but I couldn't pick which one I liked the best out of all the ones that you did. So these came out awesome. Just want to tell you that.
Yeah, some are redone and stuff. So go ahead.
No. You go ahead. No, I think they're cool. Like, yeah, I mean, I was like, I put the one I couldn't choose which one I liked the best. So that's when I sent you like the collage of the one that I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really cool.
Thank you.
Michelangelo is the favorite around here, Witchy, I think. Because Lieber, did
Yeah,
you
go
say
ahead, lady.
Michelangelo is your favorite too?
Yep, sure was. And I didn't know he was your favorite till I mentioned that. So that was pretty cool. So
Yeah,
that's my little
well, we were
character right
talking
there.
about
He's
it.
chilling, listening to the show. He's blinged out. He's got the ice around his neck.
So yeah, I try to make our bubbles the same size. That's why I resized you, but it did have he has the logo on there for sure.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, he's the most fun one. I don't know. I think that's why I like him the best is because he's fun and he's the life of the
Yeah.
party. I mean, Michelangelo comes in, he's there. So
Cowabunga,
we
dude.
have like a really weird story out of Tennessee. Did you hear this in Clarksville? Tyler Hall. He's 3 years old. He's adorable. I shared him out. I'll put a picture of him up.
Okay. How's everybody doing? How you doing with your mama? I see you up there a lot. Lisa King. Shouts to Lady Freedom's up there. Oh wait. Mama Mamo 67, if that's how you say it.
Mama.
So Grit, if that's how you say that. Show Poodles. I like poodles.
Show Poodles is here. Yes, she
Poodles could be
is.
pretty mean. They could be pretty dangerous too. They'll mess with no poodles now. They'll get you. They could
Poodles?
be
Really? I always
poodles
think
could
they're
be
so
bulls.
fluffy.
You
What?
just think they're so they could be bulls if need be.
Cool.
can.
I didn't know that. That's pretty
Dalmatians
cool.
can be pretty dangerous too, believe it or not.
Now, I've
they
heard
make them out
that.
to be, real cute, fire hall dogs and stuff until they
Mm-hmm.
just till they need to take care of business, I guess, or cross them the wrong way. Hey, watch
That's
out.
interesting.
So I'm sorry, you
'cause
said
I
Tyler
did
Hall?
not know that. Yeah,
Is that
this
the
is
name?
Tyler Hall. This is okay. So this is.
I believe that's correct.
Yeah, so he's 3 years old. He was found safe, but he was in the attic of his home after an hours-long search that prompted a TBI Amber Alert. Tyler has been treated by medical professionals and taken to Vanderbilt Clarksville for further evaluation. And the investigation is still ongoing. We love hearing that, don't we?
Absolutely.
There he is.
Right?
Isn't he cute? He's so cute.
Yeah, he has a mohawk in one of the pictures I'm looking at. They gave him a little mohawk and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Some
I
hair gel or
actually
something.
shared a couple of his flyers yesterday. There was a couple out. So,
Nice.
yeah. So weird that they found him in the attic. Okay, I'm just going to bring that up, which made me think about Sebastian Rogers, of course. But then Matt Thibodeau also put this video out talking about it, and I wanted to show us in a little bit once we get settled in here. But I thought it was very strange. Apparently, they're foster parents, is what I heard. Jen did a live. I was in Jen's live, and she built a map for him.
Okay. And
Yeah.
so, do you know how the access is to the attic? how easy or hard it might be to get up in the attic. Usually, it's not easy for a kid that size, especially.
Well, yeah, he's little. So, like you said, if it's like because I know what you're talking about. Some of them you have to pull the door down, right? Like with a drawstring, and
Right.
it pulls down the stairs, right? So, how would he even get up there?
Now, I lived in a house where I was right next to the attic door, and it had a nail, and it kept moving in the wind. I always thought it was like ghosts. It was all creepy to me. But my room was upstairs, and it was 2-story, and it was right next to that attic door. But you had to kind of, I would probably have to bust it open since that nail I think was holding it shut. I believe it was nailed shut or something. But there was, I don't know. I never tried. But all I'd have to do was walk in to that or break that door open or however, and then I'm in the attic. So if it's like that, I don't know. I was just curious. I didn't know what you might know or not know about that part because, if he's that size and it's one of those pull the rope and the ladder down, that's real shady. Unless somebody left it.
I'm not sure what type it is, but okay. So you're saying there's also, and I know what you're saying because all houses are different. So there may be some sort of an access point that is low to the ground that he would be able to get himself in there. So I think he was found in the foster home because that's where he was living. His mother apparently has a bit of a past. She's wearing an ankle bracelet for whatever reason. I'm not 100% sure on that. We can look it up and stuff like that while we're live. But those are the first people I thought of, especially when he's 3. It does appear that he was living in the foster home, and then they were the ones that reported him missing.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, Laura. So yeah, I know very minimal about the case, and then Jen was drawing out a map last night, and I thought it was interesting to watch her, build a map because I hadn't watched her do it before. So, and
Thank
of
God
course,
they got him in 8 hours.
I know, isn't he so sweet? And like, can you imagine? He's probably scared up there. I mean, I'm surprised he wasn't making any noises.
And it's getting hot too.
Did someone give him something to keep him quiet? Like I'm talking about maybe like medication. And it's so hot. Yeah, sorry.
It's getting there. Yeah, I mean the mornings.
What's it like in Clarksville? I wonder.
Yeah, I could look it up. But yeah, it's not like hot like summertime, of course, here in Tennessee. But it's getting warmer and getting nicer outside. The sun's starting to shine. It's been raining though and storming the past few days. So if he's really the type, I don't know, could be wanting to hide somewhere, or if I don't know if he has any kind of condition, or if he's autistic, or if he has anything like that. That could be a factor if he was trying to hide. That's just very strange to me. The attic's always been creepy to me as a child, but I'm not every child, so I don't know. Or I, wasn't every child. So every kid's different, but kind of wild. Kind of wild already. I mean, a child that size in an attic, that's fishy to me, in my opinion.
Yeah, because you think he'd be trying to like call for help or something. I think you feel the same way,
don't you, lady?
I do, because I think it is creepy, and I never liked to hang
it's just
out
weird.
I mean, when I was little either, because I watched too many scary movies. Probably that's why.
Yeah, no. Yeah, right.
And then I'd be like, I'm not going in there. That place is creepy as hell. But right? Yeah, it is weird. But he's not moving around up there, like, because I mean, obviously, And then sometimes, don't they have? I'm so horrible with that part of it. I'm more better with talking to people than it is when it comes to the technical issues of the house, right? But I mean, like when it's an attic, sometimes there's spots where you could kind of come through if you're not walking on the beams and stuff, right?
Yeah, you can fall through possibly. It's always a possibility.
Like
it's just sheetrock in between those pillars or those, in between the wood or whatnot. But yeah, you could. It's always a possibility. But his small as he is, he might not. He might have to really kick his foot through there. It's so
insulation.
Strange.
That's what I was.
But there could be
saying.
boards there.
Isn't there like insulation and stuff that's up there? And...
Yeah, there could be. And there's insulation, plywood. Sometimes they do that foam, that spray installation crap. It's so nasty. I hate that stuff. It's
yeah.
Ugh, it's so gross. It's just weird. dusty and hot. Yeah, it's in the 80s today. It's 82. When was this? Yesterday that he was found? I'm sorry. What day was that? It says updates.
He was just found yesterday. Yeah,
June
he was
2nd,
just...
2026. Yeah, a 3-year-old child was reported missing from the area of Aurelia Lynn Drive. So what time was he missed? Did they report it, I guess, because it's 8 hours after the report of him missing, but we don't know how long. So if it was like late at night, early in the morning when he was first in there, it looks like he wasn't in there while it was hot very long. But it's 82 degrees today. So
yeah, that's pretty hot, especially inside. Heat rises. So I mean, yeah, that.
Yep, heat rises.
Absolutely.
It's not very much ventilation. Yeah.
There's this mohawk. Sorry. Let me add it to the stage. Oh, there we go. I'm sorry that somebody's old crepey arm is on the other side of that. I didn't mean for this to be here. There we go. But yeah, so an Amber Alert has been issued for 3-year-old Tyler Hall, who was last seen 11:30 a.m. on June 2nd. Okay, and then you said 8 hours earlier. So
so it's like at night.
Aurelia Lynn Drive is the
like
address.
Okay. So 3 a.m. or so, right? And then
yeah, because I know Jen did a live, I think at like 8:30 or 9 or something.
To 63 Fahrenheit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it wasn't enough to unalive anybody, but if you're in there a long time at 80-something degrees, you'll start sweating. Or if it gets up hot like it does, it'd be more in the attic though than 82, right? It's probably going to be hotter. You have all that stuff on the roof. I don't know what kind of roof it is, but you have all that roofing and everything that usually absorbs a lot of heat because it's dark or it's black or it's dark gray. It's usually dark colors, right? For the roofing that's on there. So it's always going to be hotter in the attic. And of course, no ventilation barely in the attic. You can't, it's so musty up there and humid. It's more humid in the attic, than even outside, in my opinion.
Yeah, musty is a good word for it because it does get all yucky up there, like you said. And
yeah, I remember my dad working on some stuff in the attic once when I was a kid, and he had come down and come out and was like breathing hard, and he said he about passed out. It was so hot in there, he just didn't think it was going to do it to him. But when he was there long enough, he was like, he had to escape because he knew he was getting lightheaded, and that was crazy. It was crazy, and it was kind of scary. It was like he come down and he looked exhausted, and I was like, wow, he wasn't even up there that long. I can't remember what he was working on exactly, but it's dangerous up there when it gets hot outside anyway. So 80 degrees plus, I'd say.
Absolutely.
Thank God he wasn't in there 8 more hours.
Yeah, and he's not making any noise up there. Did they give him a sedative or something? I mean, I'm wondering that as well.
Could be that, hiding him up there for whatever reason, or just, maybe a punishment or torture, No.
They reported him missing, though. They reported him missing, which is crazy because, they said he was missing. So I'm wondering about the access, like you were saying earlier, because
yeah, that's the number one thing I'd look at.
Oh yeah, like how would he get up there? Absolutely. This story has been updated. So a 3-year-old at the center of an Amber Alert has been found safe by authorities. But authorities say the case surrounding the toddler's disappearance is far from closed. Clarksville police said Tyler Hall was found hidden in the attic of his home. He was evaluated by Montgomery County EMS personnel, taken to Vanderbilt Clarksville for further evaluation as a precaution, authorities said. They're saying this remains an active and ongoing investigation, and no additional information is available for release at this time, the department said. So how it unfolded, the Amber Alerts issued, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation issued it on June 2nd. The little boy was last seen around 11:30 a.m. the day that they reported him missing, and they did report him from the home, so Aurelia Lane Drive area, and they didn't really give us a point, so it's on the map. The pin drop is Aurelia Lane.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm not familiar with the area.
Yeah. Gail had a good question, and that's the same one I was just about to ask because I was looking up here at the comments.
Yeah, what is it?
Gail asked, Gail A64, or I believe is how you say it, asked, is there any other foster kids that could have put him up there? And I'm wondering, is there other children or older children in that home at all? And if there is, how old are they? How big are they? Do they have capability to do such?
Oh, that's such a great question, Gail. Yeah, because I mean, we don't know what kind of, and it doesn't say a whole lot. Give me 1 second here. It just basically says Tyler has been seen last wearing the dinosaur shirt, gray socks, and light green shorts. TBI said he was about 3.5 to 4 feet tall with blonde hair and blue eyes. Right, not immediately clear what kind of condition the child was in when he was found by authorities, or what led investigators to the attic of the home, which we'll get into that with Sebastian's case. But yeah, it does appear that, I mean, I don't know if he's wearing the same clothes that they reported him missing in, or what.
Well, check this out. I got some information already. It says Sergeant Fatula and Detective D. Smith conducted an additional detailed search of the residence, ultimately leading to the discovery of Tyler in the attic. The attic was accessed by an attached wall ladder that led into a very confined space, not designed as a standard walk-in attic. Excuse me. So yes, it is one of those with a ladder, and there's a photo of it here as well. I can send you.
Oh shit!
Like
no. You
showing them pulling them out.
Can you present it?
Sure.
Yeah, let me get this one off. I took this one off. You go ahead.
Okay.
Cool. Right, I want to see it. I like seeing what we're looking at here. I mean,
yeah.
Thank you.
You can see him pulling them down out of it. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, look at him, poor guy.
It's pretty crazy. Oh man, I hate just seeing that. It's a good thing they rescued him, but it's like, look how little he is. Did he really climb up there? Or did they leave that ladder down? Now look at that ladder. It's against the wall.
If they left the ladder down.
Yeah, a kid can climb up there. And was that open? So it says, I mean, surely if it wouldn't stay open like that. But some people leave their house a mess and stuff. What's she have in her hand right here? What's this behind her? A remote, or is that a vape, or what is that? I don't know what that is. Probably a remote.
I don't know. Can you blow the picture up a little bit, please?
Ooh, I don't think so. Well, let's see. I'll try doing this.
I know it's weird because it might pull it into a different window. I mean, if it does, I know it's like.
What is that? It's so thin. It looks like a tampon. I can't tell what it is. Sorry, it's just
really?
weird. I don't know what that is. It looks like a remote to something. He's looking over at something, maybe a toy or something that they're messing with. I mean, no big deal. I'm not trying to. I just noticed that.
I mean, a 3-year-old little boy can be, quite rambunctious. So if they left it down, I could see him getting up there himself. But then that would have been an indication that it was down also, So, I mean, that's the first place you would look. And then,
looks like a decent neighborhood. It doesn't look, I mean, it's Clarksville, but I mean, let's see. I'll have to zoom out a little bit. Yeah, I can't really tell what that thing is anyway. Now, this is what I'm kind of looking at. Well, I already read it. So when I read it, it said, what did it say? It said, Sergeant Fatula conducted an additional detailed search of the residence, ultimately leading to the discovery of Tyler in the attic. It was accessed by an attached wall ladder that led into a very confined space, not designed as a standard walk-in attic.
Oh, I see it now that you say that. I'm sorry, not to interrupt you, but it's like, okay, it's a ladder on the wall. That's weird. I've never seen that. Have you?
Yeah, see, that's
weird.
Zoom in on this again. Let's see here.
I see how it works now, though. It's like a hole in the ceiling, right? And then it's like a ladder attached to the wall, as if it's like a playground or some shit in the house. Jeez Louise, I've never seen anything like that.
It looks like one where you just walk into a closet and just climb the ladder. I'm going to try to present it let's see here. I'm gonna
Which
stop
you
the
sent
stream.
us
I'm
one
gonna present.
too.
Yeah, I'm gonna present another one here. Which one? Ooh, I believe. Well, see, it's showing it small again. Yeah, here we go. I think
It's like
this
we
is
want to
it.
see this ladder because it's weird. Like, I mean, I think it's strange. Oh, there you go. I see it. I can see you.
See now that right there, it looks like it's not coming out of that. You know how they fold sometimes? They come down, they make that noise with the springs, and you know, and you fold it
It's
out.
like, yeah.
This is not that. I don't think, in my opinion, somebody please let me know in chat. Let us know in chat or
Oh,
something
put it up on the screen, please.
like that.
Sorry, I'm all excited. I'm like, yeah, if you or maybe maybe I
Oh,
have
I'm
to
presenting
present.
it.
I'm
You have
so
to hit the
sorry.
button.
I do. I do have to click it. My
You
bad.
are
I'm like,
slacking
put it
today. I'm just kidding.
I'm like, put it up. And okay, hello.
I just have all this
Okay,
extra
yeah.
crap that likes to pop down. It's annoying, but
That's
I can
weird though
save the
because now
picture.
you have control of the mouse. So if I so now I was like going for my mouse and you're oh my
That's about as
goodness,
far as I can go zooming in.
look
You
at
know what I
that
mean?
poor baby.
But if you
Oh
look
my
up the
God, right
attached
for
part, it looks like it's attached to the wall, and it looks like it stops. Excuse me. And then you might open this door with your hands and climb right in there. He might have just been a little curious cat, you know.
Aw, and he just goes up
Oh,
there,
I was one
right?
of those kids that was like exploring, and especially a 3-year-old. If he could climb a ladder, I mean, I got to give it to him. He ain't scared to climb that ladder, but not every kid's the same. Some kids would be scared of it. Some kids, they play in playgrounds. They do stuff you never believe. Good job.
He's right
Thank
there
you
in
to
the
the
house.
detective, by the way, and the sergeant that found him, Detective D. Smith and Sergeant Fatula. Kudos to these officers for doing a good job.
Ooh,
I give them a
exactly. I'm proud of
big
these
hand.
guys, right?
Yeah, they're not sitting here twiddling around. They and I'm glad that the family or the house, the foster parents, whatever, give them permission to go in there and weren't just being, weird and being like, well, why do you want to? I was watching that case yesterday. It's this case of those two twins, and one of them killed the neighbor lady, and they were both questioned, but one of them had scratches all over him, had his DNA on her, and they got the right twin that did it. And he was obsessed with Dexter. He was obsessed with Ted Bundy and all this stuff. And so like, when it comes to that,
Dexter,
the family, the family wasn't
the
acting
show.
innocent at all. The family was trying to defend him, even though they didn't really know the details. They let him get the DNA and everything. I think they swabbed him for DNA. They did all that stuff, but the family was just being like, why do you want to give us this warrant? It doesn't even say the right thing. And they don't know nothing. They didn't know anything about.
Oh my God, why would
a
you
warrant.
fight with law enforcement at that point?
Yeah,
I mean, unless
exactly.
they're doing something screwed up, I'd be like, yes, look for my kid, whatever you need to do.
Well, they were strange.
What do you need me to sign? And maybe that's stupid on my part, because we heard Dom's mom the other day and she's like, no, you're not going to get my phone or whatnot. And we were talking about how people have the right to say no. I mean, they're going to get a warrant and they're going to get the
you always do. But if you're innocent with something like that, hey, come on in. I want to have. It's like Seth said. When we had him on, he said, you can come to my house anytime. Just bring flyers with you, because Sebastian ain't here. I got nothing to hide. That's what you're looking for when you're looking for guilt. These people were kind of strange. They were kind of strange, and the mother was she was all about like, why do you want to search the house? And just freaking out like she might have something weird. That just makes me, as an outsider, not even a police officer or any kind of law enforcement agent, being like, well, what are you worried about us finding in there if we're just coming in to get a search warrant for his room? You know what I mean?
Oh, I would absolutely
Do you have
be
something
thinking
weird?
that.
Yeah,
I
I'm
would
thinking,
be yes, as an officer, I'd be like, these people are suspicious. I'm
is she
probably
kind of,
everybody though. Where's he at? You got him somewhere. What do
She
you
gave
think
me
they're
some
planning
weird
on doing
vibes.
with him though? Say they put him up there, and
Yeah,
they
I
took
don't
this
think so.
chance and reported him missing. I wonder what they were planning on doing. I mean, obviously, once you call the cops, they're going to be all over you. They're going to be all over your house.
Well, when they allowed it and everything, I think they're probably okay. I think that he might have just walked in that door, climbed up there, maybe shut the door behind him. I don't know, but maybe I'm wrong. But I don't see why you would hide him there in the house already and then call and let them in. That's just like, you're really dumb if you do that, if you're really trying to pull something off. At least
God, you're
hide them at a
taking
friend's
huge
house.
risk.
Hide them well, you might not want more people involved, but hide them somewhere else outside the house, maybe, and then call where they can't. If they search your house, they're not going to find them. If you're smart and want to think like a criminal anyway, we try to think like a criminal and think, okay, what would I maybe do if I was trying to get away with this? I wouldn't put them in the attic, and surely not. But there's people that have, it does have wide steps, it looks like. There's some people that have put their children under stair steps to hide them from law enforcement that was checking on them every month or so or whatever, coming to check on their house. And there's a kid missing, and they found him on a blanket hidden under a staircase. I don't know if you saw that one, but it was pretty wild.
I'm wondering about this because obviously, okay, so I'm a mom, and it's been a long time since I've had a baby or whatever, but I've babysat for kids and things. This looks very unsafe to have in a child's home, period. And these people are foster care parents. I'm just asking that question. Look at that mohawk.
I know, man. It's awesome, isn't it?
He's so cute. Sorry, but yeah, I mean, that's my question is why would you have something like that set up in your house like that? I would tear that off the wall, and I would find a different way to get up there.
Right. And this was let's see who look at these people that assisted too. Look at these agencies across region responded, and compare this to Sumner County. I don't know if Sumner County is going to ever be close because you got Fort Campbell down here. We sincerely thank the following agencies and organizations for their assistance and support: Clarksville Police Department, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Montgomery County EMA, Montgomery County Sheriff's Office, Montgomery County EMS, which is normal, right? Usually Clarksville Fire Rescue. Then you got FBI already. That's fast, in my opinion. Unless, did they do that for Sebastian? Did they give him FBI within the first 8 hours?
Not
or
within
anywhere around 8 hours.
8 hours, I think.
Because he was reported as a walk away. That's why, right?
Because he was reported as yes, and that's another thing that I think as they gathered more footage, it was glaringly obvious to them that the Proud Feets were lying about Sebastian walking out. And remember Chris getting so mad on the panel with Web Sleuths, and he's like, any door he would walk out would be the front door. I've told you. Well, guess what? You probably could do that voice better than me.
Yeah, when I was, when I was walking out, when I was talking to the web sluts or whatever they call it, spreading stuff around, and it's none of your business. It's none of your damn business.
He's such an ass.
You see how close it got. You see how they got FBI right up under Federal Bureau of Investigation written out. Then you see Fort Campbell Criminal Investigation Division. That's the military, right? That's the Army. Giles County.
Thank you,
K9.
Thank you, everyone involved.
They're treating this like it should have been treated, in my opinion. If we could get all these resources every time this happens, it could be a lot, and it could be something silly, and it could not be something silly. It's never silly when they're missing.
Came out at day 5, I think, Libra.
Sumner County?
Local people know better than me, but that's when the coverage was, and the news was watching every move. So, I did the first 7 days coverage of, news coverage, and of course, it's not every clip, right? It's just every clip I could put in there. And, yeah, they pulled out all the stops, but they didn't do it immediately like we're seeing here.
You've got to be kidding me. Sumner County, though. Sumner County K9 and EMA came out there. They did all that. They went all the way to Clarksville for this child.
Ken Winder went to Clarksville.
Are they trying to look better? Are they trying to? Because it ain't working. Because
they show up and everyone's like, "Oh, no, I'm just kidding."
Yeah, well, no, they show up. They show up to every. Everybody goes, "Huh?" And it's Snuggle Struggles trying to make us look better because he's trying to catch more pedos, and he's trying to look like he's on top of things. So he's trying to pick up more outside outside of our jurisdiction, some more work out there to help these children because we really care about children. Department of the Treasury, Tennessee Department of Corrections / Probation and Parole, which was probably, this is Foster now, so they're probably watching out for certain things. DCS, of course, you're right. Youth villages, you can keep DCS out of it because, it's better that they stay out of everything, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But
here's
Foster
the
has to
thing.
go through them, right? Does
So
Foster
his
have?
bio mom, Libra, is on an ankle bracelet, right? Like, she's got to wear that. and then
Okay, so that
she
is
was
an issue.
working, so her alibi checked out, allegedly.
So foster mom is in trouble with the law, though. That's what I kind of was thinking when I saw
The foster mom is?
D. Oh no, who is? The real
Was she in
real
trouble?
mother.
Correction. Like, I wonder why corrections, probation, parole was, unless it was for the bio mom. That's why I'm wondering about
Yeah,
that.
they had to. Yeah, because they're probably checking on her to see where she was at on the GPS on her ankle and make sure she didn't
Nice.
kidnap her own child. I see now. So
Nope,
the
she-
foster parents are good, right? You can't really foster a child without a good record, right? I didn't think you could.
Well, not always. I mean, they could have something like if the mom has a new. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's something I have to look into. But I know that you can do certain things. I know this lady I used to live next to took care of kids for the government, and they paid her like $500 a month or something. Back in that day, that was like rent to take care of these kids that were not hers. And she was like, I mean, I used to smoke. I smoked for years, but smoking like a freight train. The house, when we went into it, my friend and I that were roommates walked into this house, and it was disgusting. It smelled like cat piss.
Ew.
It was just old carpet. Stuff was scratched up. It was disgusting. So, and so I'm sure DCS went in there and checked it out and said, "You're good." But, you look at that and you go, huh? Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not saying she had a bad record because of that, but I'm not trying to judge somebody by the book of the cover of the book. Yeah, I'm not trying to judge a book by its cover, but you kind of look like you might be a mess if you're living like that. Just in my opinion, if I come into a house and there's roaches everywhere running around and there's, and it's dirty and there's dirty dishes everywhere, and I'm starting to wonder about your character. I'm starting to wonder, what kind of person am I dealing with here? So, I mean, it made me think these people might have had drug issues in the past. They could have went through rehab and now they take care of kids because they don't have any kind of, sex crimes or anything. See what I'm saying?
I just don't
If
even
you have
trust
those,
like,
you
the
can't do
area
it.
because I'm like, do you guys even care about the kids? Because we've talked about the conditions and we've gotten a lot into the DCS system just because of Sebastian's case. I mean, I can't help it. But look
yeah.
over there.
And check. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Oh no, I said I can't help but not look at DCS because of the heavy involvement. I mean, 5 reports and one of them we don't even know what's in it. So I mean,
I sit here and I say you probably shouldn't be able to have any kind of, R wording crimes or anything like that on your record to or SDX crimes or whatever to do anything with taking care of children or anything. But then I turn around and go, oh yeah, DCS. Oh yeah, I remember what they do. Right, what they really do, but we won't go there right now, right? We have residents, businesses, nonprofits that jumped in to help, which is YIPAC, I think is how you say that. I think that's Japanese. Somebody tell me.
I don't know what that
I'll
is.
look that up. It looks like it might be a Japanese restaurant. Luigi's Pizza. I like Luigi. Okay, I like being Luigi just because he's green. When I played Mario as a kid, and he's taller and he's green and he was just not Mario. He's not like the character they make you play, as one player. So as 2-player, I was always Luigi. One of my brothers would be Mario. I love Luigi. So anyway, Luigi's Pizza. That's what it made me think of. Luigi. Numerous caring citizens from the community. So yes, kudos. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, citizens of the community, man. That's the biggest thing. That's who finds missing people. That's who really finds missing people 99% of the time, in my opinion, it seems like, is the community.
I agree.
Community, I've seen them over here. Wait, they might be over there. Your kindness, support, and willingness to help during a stressful situation meant more than words can express. Clarksville is a strong community, and today's outcome is a reminder of what can be accomplished when people come together for the safety and well-being of a child. Scott, baby, blah, blah, blah. I don't know how to say that, so we're just gonna say that. Scott B.
Scott B. Boobien. I don't
Something
know.
like that.
I tried.
Okay,
There you
keep
go.
the boobs
There you
out
go.
of this.
It's my
Keep the
effort.
boobs out of this. They have nothing to do with it, right?
Right? Save the
Like when
boobies.
I
Okay,
said bass
so
backwards, and in
I
the
think
sense that fish have nothing to do with this. But anyway,
I think the community outreach is an outpouring of support is a big part of this. I do. I do. I think
yeah,
it's a huge part of it. And um, I can't help but just think back to Sebastian's case and think to myself, so looking at the house is the most important thing, right? Like we can have everybody and their mother looking everywhere, but what about the house?
right.
What about every option there? Especially when we see this contraption on the wall that allows for someone to get into that space. And I'm not trying to hate on anybody, but I just think to myself as well, like, hey, law enforcement, you guys got to be willing to get into the attic. I mean, I know that doesn't look like an appealing spot. Can you scroll up a little bit, Libra, please?
Absolutely,
Thank
like
you.
that. There you go. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, I know that I know these I know these people don't want to get up into these spaces and the cracks and crevices of the home, and you might not be able to do that without a search warrant. I don't know. If the parentals are not being you know cooperative with law enforcement, then that could be an issue. Um,
Yeah.
so I'm not saying I know everything about this, but this would be. Do you think that, Libra, if you walked into this, you would think that that may be an obvious point of entry for the child to get into that area? I mean, I would, if it's because I don't
I
know.
I would be searching high and low like the police apparently did, and the that's just me. Um, but not everybody does. Some people are just like, I don't know where they went. They just don't think about the simplest thing that's right in front of their face, in my
True.
opinion. And so I don't know if that's just but I kind of don't. I kind of worry about somebody watching children that are foster children that would miss a detail like that in case. But I'm glad they called the police because they got a lot of agencies involved, apparently,
Boy, oh
including
boy,
Sumner. They
did
even
they
got Sumner
ever.
County up there. What do you know? That is so wild to me. I can't get
Starsky
over
and
that.
Hutch on the scene.
Yeah, so wild.
I would have shit my pants if Eric Craddock was in this photo.
Oh man. Oh,
Sorry.
don't make me pull up one of
That's
those.
just I'm just being a jerk. I'm being a jerk now. Mm.
Yeah, I got you. It's all good.
Hey, KJ Mac. And welcome in, guys. So I want to show you guys Matt Thibodeau. Our friend Matt Thibodeau, he does a great job on YouTube. Definitely go sub up to this guy. Let me go ahead and get this ready for you guys. All right, so let me go ahead and do this here. Okay, so if this is Matt Thibodeau. I will drop his link, or mods, if you guys have his link handy, we should probably, because I do play him a lot, and he's awesome, guys. He does a great job on YouTube. Real sweet kid. Here we go.
Hey guys, so yesterday I made a video sharing an Amber Alert for this 3-year-old child, Tyler Hall, out of Clarksville, Tennessee. The TBI ended up issuing an Amber Alert for him after authorities were unable to locate him both inside his home and in the surrounding area of his neighborhood. There were dozens of members from local law enforcement, members from the TBI, emergency medical personnel, and hundreds of community volunteers looking for this child in Clarksville. Well, thankfully, after about 10 hours of being missing, he was safely located in the attic of the home that he was believed to have wandered away from. Authorities confirmed that Tyler is now receiving medical care and has been transported to Vanderbilt Clarksville for additional evaluation. Officials have not released more information other than that. Now, thank God that he was found, but this to me is just another example of the TBI failing yet again. You're telling me that there were hundreds of searchers and volunteers brought in to look for this child before his own house was even thoroughly checked? It makes me think of the Sebastian Rogers case, the then 15-year-old who disappeared in the middle of the night on February 25th into February 26, 2024. To this day, 2+ years later, there is still no evidence that he ever walked away from his house in the middle of the night, despite cameras being pointed at the house. No one was walking in the front door or out the front door. No one was walking out the back door or into the back door. No one escaped through a window. All of the windows were closed and locked from within. But as soon as Tennessee officials found out that he was autistic and missing, they arrived on scene and they immediately began looking in the nearby areas for him, thinking that he wandered away in the middle of the night and possibly headed toward a body of water. Yeah, they did check inside his home, just like they checked inside Tyler's home. Didn't find anything apparently. And then as the weeks and months went by, Katie and Chris Proudfoot, his mother and stepfather who reside in this home that he went missing from, refused to let authorities back in, refused to allow canine dogs to come back to the property. They refused to let the camera crew inside of their home while doing segments on his disappearance. So it just makes me wonder, was the inside of Sebastian's residence not properly checked either? You know, is it possible that he was met with foul play inside of the residence and was hidden somewhere inside of the residence until he was able to be moved?
Okay, guys, I see you guys in the chat. So I wanted to read some of these comments from Matt Thibodeau because I should have said him too the other day. He's always covering Sebastian also, and there's so many of us out there. It just reminds us that Sebastian's army is going strong, right? And good people, smart people, not like, oh, duh, I'm up here talking. No, this is fantastic. And Gail says, go Matt, my thoughts exactly. Laura says he nailed it, right? I mean, he did, right, Libra? What do you think?
Oh yeah, he sure did. You know, they he said they refused to let law enforcement back into the home. That's pretty wild. Shouldn't have anything. If you have nothing to hide, then what are you worried about? Like I said. And also he mentioned, well, this is one thing that came to mind as well. You know, I think kind of like America's Most Wanted, in my opinion, they didn't want them in that house. As another reason they didn't want them in that house is that if that room looks any different, I don't know anyone that has someone that, you know, has passed away or is missing, that they have just not moved one iota of, you know, changed anything of that, how that room looked since their loved one has passed or has gone missing. Usually, if, you know, a lot of times they'll leave it alone. The mother, especially, mainly, will leave it alone as it is and hoping they'd come back and that their room would be just like it was when they left. And I feel like that they took that room, and did they not change it over for, you know, CP's daughter or whatnot?
No, she had her own bedroom already.
Oh, she did have her own. That's right. And so I feel like they and then it was alleged that they threw away a bunch of Sebastian's clothing after he went missing, and that was found at the dump site, allegedly. So, you know, why are we throwing away a bunch of his stuff and his clothes and changing around his room already if, you know, we don't know where he is? And why are we never home if we don't know where he is? Right? Thank you, Witchy Mama.
I mean, yeah, Witchy Mama says, look how fast that alert came out, the Amber Alert. So it took them a day because Sebastian was reported missing, you know, around 7:00 in the morning. We'll just say, you know, that 6:37. And then, you know.
Yeah, no time.
They waited overnight. You know. They didn't issue the Amber Alert right away. So this Amber Alert came out very quickly.
I don't care if they're 3 or 13 or 15. They're still children. So when, you know, when anyone's treated any different, this should be standard everywhere. Get a mandatory search warrant, or maybe, you know, things have to change.
especially
gotta
when they're
be a
3,
different
because
way of
3 is
doing it.
so little. But 3 years old, they can get into some depending on the 3-year-old, they could really. I mean, I've seen little 3-year-olds climbing up to get to the cabinets, and it's like, get down from there, you're gonna hurt yourself, but they're
Yeah.
very they're very agile little people, and
Yeah.
so I can't put it past this little guy to get into that attic space.
Well, even if you have nothing to like, even if you have something that you're worried about other than that child being found, like if you have something in your house, like say you got a big sack of weed or something sitting there, and you're like, I don't want the cops to find this if I call this in and let them come in and I give them consent to search my house. That won't matter if they got a warrant. It won't matter, especially because they cannot turn around and say, we found this in the process of looking for this. They have to find that thing that they're looking for. Well, at least it's that way with property, not children.
Depends,
I don't
yeah.
think, but maybe it's different with looking for a child or a person, but with property anyway, if they're looking for, say, drugs,
If your parent,
and they
if these
find
parents
guns
are caring
instead,
more about a bag
they
of
can't use
whatever
against you.
than their kid, that's a pretty bad situation as it is. I mean,
And that is the situation a lot of times, sadly.
If these parents are more worried about that, then because it's got to be scary, right? If you legitimately figure out that your child is nowhere to be found. I've never had that happen. I've never lost my kid. And I'm not saying that like brushing my shoulder off, never lost my kid, right? But I'm saying I never didn't know where she was. And if you're in that position, it's a scary position to be in, I would imagine. And
Oh, yeah.
so the first thing I would think of is find my kid, which Seth has done that. Gail says Seth has left Sebastian's room exactly how he left it. And that's what a loving parent does, in my opinion. And I agree, Gail. And I think that the fact that they didn't do that when it came to even having America's Most Wanted there, like Matt Thibodeau was saying also, no, there's no reason for that. And Seth has kept Sebastian's room how it is. And he even said there's lots of things that people have sent to Sebastian and that they're lying out on his bed full of things that people have sent to Sebastian. It's just heartbreaking.
Officials in Tennessee are not properly checking the of missing children, and the TBI is issuing Amber Alerts because those officials are not properly checking these homes. I think that that's a fair question to ask, and given the fact that the Proudfoots, Sebastian's mom and stepfather, have not allowed law enforcement back into the home, volunteers back onto the property, it makes me wonder, was something missed at the very beginning of this? We know that this case was butchered from the very beginning, as it was looked at as a runaway or a wandering off scenario, when in reality all options should have been on the table, all possibilities should have been investigated from the very beginning, and they weren't, which is a huge disservice to Sebastian.
Yep. Good job. You couldn't say it any better. And I like him. I've always used to watch his videos a lot because they pop up a lot on shorts on my feed. He's really good.
Mm-hmm. He is really good. I love Matt Thibodeau. He's a sweet kid. He's a sweet kid. He absolutely does a great job of covering a lot of cases. I mean, he covers a lot of cases, but him going back to Sebastian and saying, hey, wait a minute, this looks familiar here. That I think that's so great, and really great video. So
yeah.
Sebastian's At Night Media put out some information and leaked out, some phone call that was between Sonny Weatherford. So Sonny Weatherford was the original sheriff on Sebastian's case.
Yeah.
And Seth hired some PIs in the beginning before Sonny Weatherford passed away. And they went out to talk to Sonny Weatherford to kind of get a better idea or understanding of Sebastian's case. So I wanted to pull this in and just listen to some of this, because Matt raised a good question about, did they thoroughly search Sebastian's home before moving outward, and that there's not really like any proof or evidence that Sebastian even made it home.
We have done a file the house, and we've done all that. And we actually have where every person took a footstep to know we covered every block.
Right, you did the grid search. Okay.
And then what we had them download an app that actually showed us where they were stepping.
Yeah.
Okay, so here are the PIs talking. The man voice you're hearing is Sonny Weatherford, and you have Chloe and Heather, who are Seth's PIs at the time, and they're saying we did the radius, right? Or he's telling them that they did the radius and that they downloaded all of the searches to the Sartopo app to track the searches, which we, we're familiar with that.
We knew exactly where they went.
Okay.
And so we've done that, we did it for a whole week. And then we've gone back and we did it another 2 days, 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
And so we drained ponds.
I knew you guys did that. Okay.
We had divers in ponds.
Yeah.
We've got, as far as I know, all the footage of every camera that's on either street. And
just nothing.
That's nothing. We see him go into the house, but we never see him come out of the house.
It's so strange.
Trust me.
Yeah.
They're 100%. But,
Okay, really quick, did you guys catch that? He said we seen him go into the house.
Yeah.
So Sonny said we seen him go into the house. Let's listen to that again.
We have footage.
Sorry.
That's strange.
Trust me.
Yeah.
They're 100%. But
sorry, I didn't go back far enough. Sorry, guys.
All the footage of every camera that's on either street. And
just nothing.
So he says there's nothing on any of the cameras. They have it all from either street, and there's nothing.
We see him go into the house.
But he said we see them go into the house.
Trust me.
Yeah.
They're 100%. But, we have footage where they were in Hendersonville eating, and they left there and went to their house.
Right.
We saw them go in the house, and then 6 the trash to the end of the road.
He said that at 6:20 a.m. Sebastian comes out and he takes the can of trash to the end of the road, right? He meant the end of the driveway, I'm sure. But how could that be if they didn't leave the restaurant? I'm sorry. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find out. Let me grab this really quick. Because we have an exact timestamp of when they left the restaurant. And I don't want to get it wrong off the top of my head, but you can't be at home already taking the can to the end of the driveway at 6:20 p.m. if you're not home from the restaurant yet. If you guys understand what I'm saying. Hold on a second. Because I know I have it. Because I know we were looking.
I remember there being a controversy about, if he saw him for sure on camera. But when he says it with confidence like that, it's interesting. We saw him come home, but never see him leave. It's interesting because then you have a lot of people saying, well, I don't know if he even made it home. And then it's so crazy. So it's like, okay, did Sonny think he saw him on camera? Do they know they saw him on camera? Is he talking about when he, quote unquote, took out the trash, allegedly? That's so fuzzy that you don't know who it is because it's so damn dark out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and to have him do it at 6, for him to say that he did it at 6:20 with that same confidence. Like we know what time. Like he's talking to Seth's PIs, and and they're asking about timeline details, and he's giving them that exact time. But I don't understand why he's doing that, because there's camera footage of him leaving the Texas Roadhouse, so that would establish that he couldn't have been there at 6:20, is what I'm saying. Sorry, it's taken me a minute to find it.
No worries.
But yeah, it's so to me, I it's almost like Sonny doesn't really know what he's talking about. I hate to say that, you know what I mean? Like, I've always felt like he was very checked out. But I do want to point that discrepancy out if I can, because the neighbors were also saying that you couldn't make it out. Couldn't make out who was taking the trash out, that is.
Right.
So I find that to be interesting too.
So it's like, how can you say it with confidence when you don't, you can't go by what someone's telling you, no matter who it is. Excuse me, no matter who it is. Oh yeah, he just took the trash out. That's him right there. No, I want to see on video that from that neighbor's camera, that Ring camera, that it was him. Before I'm not going to believe anything anyone says. I want to see it. That's just
P.
me,
Diddy.
Oh, P. Diddy. That's a good cuss word.
Well,
I like that. Oh, P. Diddy.
So 18:23, they're walking out of the restaurant. Sonny Weatherford, I know that you're not here, sir. But I didn't even find the exact time they left the restaurant. I think it was like 25 after, 26 after. So there's no way that he could have at 6:20 been taking the trash to the end of the driveway. I'm sorry. I just had to make that point.
Yeah.
So he's either bullshitting the PIs, right? He's either bullshitting the PIs, or he's not being truthful, or he thinks that he's saying the truth, but he's not.
In the house, and then 6:20 maybe he comes out and takes the trash to the end of the road, at the end of the driveway.
Yeah, it'd be PM, not AM, right? Because.
Oh, okay. I put it in this video. Sorry.
I see it.
I guess I did bust them out back then. Sorry, this is an old video, guys. This is an old video.
It's funny though, because I remember watching your old videos from way back in the day too. Just looking at any I could find of the TRH stuff, which is so sus. I mean, it is so sus, and I'm not talking about just every person that came into the frame was sus. Now there's people that did that. They would sit there and watch it and go, well, look at that person, they just walked around the corner, they're suspicious. No, okay, let's not be stupid here. There's certain things though that are that are strange behaviors. Okay, I'll put it that way, and that's what you look at, behaviors that are out of place. But you kind of a lot of times have to know the normal behaviors, kind of like how Seth knows that Sebastian's behaviors were not normal, that something was off. He knows that. That's his son. But there's also obvious behaviors like wearing 10,000 pieces of clothing with the looks like waterproof jacket on in a mask way after COVID. That's strange behavior in my opinion. That's one of them.
I think so too. I think it's interesting that you say that too, because I think that in analyzing the behaviors of the people that were at the Texas Roadhouse, people got away with themselves. They got carried away in this, like, oh my God, everyone, it's
look at the worker.
It's this, it's a fucking flash mob, and all these people are involved, and they're about to take Sebastian. No, I don't think so. And thank you, because I absolutely agree with that. And sometimes I
ignorant.
think, I'm crazy.
No, it's ignorant. It's completely ignorant. It's just, and I know that, but it's like that worker right there that he's talking to. And mind you, the yellow jacket never, that I know of, I didn't see the whole thing, and nobody has the whole thing, but who has the whole thing? We don't have the whole thing though, but the whole video, you know what I mean? Some of the camera angles we don't have that we wish we had, but it doesn't appear that Yellow Jacket got anything to eat. Did he not? And a few people didn't get anything to eat and just walked in and out of there. Is it just a good, drug trafficking, child trafficking spot. I don't know. Allegedly, could be. I know that there is some nasty stuff though that happened at the hotel next door that was put all over online from somebody that's on a certain website that does
What nasty stuff happened?
pornographic things, and it was all over the news that this officer in
Yeah, we say
Nashville got caught.
pornographic. We say pornographic over here.
I did say that with a C. I said that
with a C. You said okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I did.
The
I
corn.
promise.
We have to call it corn, and then people put corn emojis in the chat sometimes.
Yeah. See, I would try to cover my ass that quick. Yeah, I did say corn. You didn't hear it right.
I did.
But yeah, there is because I did a search on who these people were, and it was a Metro officer. They're swingers. One, he got arrested for doing this stuff in his uniform, making these little stupid OF short videos and stuff. And then he got arrested, was looking at felonies, got a year of probation. That's it. And maybe court fees, attorney fees, I'm sure. And I recognized in this video that they were putting out there, because I was doing kind of a deep dive, because I saw one little snapshot of his girlfriend or wife, actually, I believe. And I saw Texas Roadhouse in the background. I did, okay, so then I doing another deep dive, kind of, not even that deep. And then we're about to meet a stranger and do some pervy stuff, because they're pervy to a lot of things. And very pervy to a lot of things. Trust me, he lost his job and went to jail over it.
They're pervy to acting like
yeah. I recognize
maniacs.
Sam's Club, maniac in my backseat, and so they called it a certain names. But anyway, I'm not going to go too deep in that. But I looked in the background, compared the buildings, and you see. I compared the buildings, and you saw it was Sam's Club right there. And oh wait, that's a hotel. Oh wait, that's Sam's Club and the hotel behind TRH. They started the video in front of TRH. What is with TRH and all this crazy stuff going down? Is this not like just a cursed sin central of bad things happening? Oh my God, man.
Well, okay, so even Show Poodle says, "Oh, Yellow Coat was just the guy with cancer." No, spare me. Yeah, that's why I quit listening to some. So the yellow jacket and the green hoodie are the two, in my opinion, that were. I think something was supposed to happen here, and like you said, it's weird that things go down over in this area. But, we noticed that there was no cameras anywhere around except for the Texas Roadhouse. So the Texas Roadhouse is lots of cameras, but the surrounding areas don't. The same thing with the hotel. So I went over and looked at the hotel and I filmed it, and there's cameras everywhere, right? In the pool area, all over. I look kind of weird because I was filming outside, but other than that, there's places in that area where, there could have been a handoff with no cameras involved if these people were there already. And it looks like it looks like Katie and Sebastian just get into the vehicle and leave out. There's some spots, Libra, that don't have cameras. And it could be a quick, like, you pull up next to somebody, they grab Sebastian out and boom. And she goes home like nothing ever happened. I'm just saying.
There's a dumpster at an angle there, back where Green Hoodie came from, that looks like it's I can't remember, it's facing away from the Starbucks camera that's over there on Starbucks. They got one pointing right over there. I can't remember if you've seen that or if I don't, but I looked at maps and everything else and know the area quite well. But there were some spots that it's dark too. It's dark and you don't see anything. And it looks like the perfect place that someone would go, yeah. And it just so happens, coincidentally, all this strange activity is happening in that same parking lot back there where Green Hoodie was goofing off and, or Conan or whoever it is. I don't know. We don't know enough.
Oh, yeah. Chilling by Katie's car till she came out of the Texas Roadhouse. I mean, if that is, like you said, okay, that behavior is absolutely suspicious.
Oh, I was just having a snow cone with Conan. No bullshit. Okay.
While Jay Leno's waiting in the parking lot.
Kathy,
we all know
Kathy
who she
Leno
looks
is
like.
involved. Trust me. Kathy Leno's one of the. Kathy Leno is
shit.
Buddy the Grapevine somewhere, I'm sure.
Dang.
But anyway.
Oh my gosh. And so, yeah, like, I don't know if he said AM or PM. I'll go back. I'll go back to see, because Witchy Mama was saying, did he say AM or PM?
Yeah, because
Give me
his
one.
school bus was supposed to come around 6 or something, or 6 something. But yeah, that's what I kind of wonder. If he's saying PM, but they're at Texas Roadhouse. They would have went to Texas Roadhouse after he took the trash out. At that point, they're at Texas Roadhouse kind of late, weren't they? At like 8 or 9 p.m. They left Texas Road, or we're at Texas Roadhouse, or it was at 6 something.
No, they left at 6. They left at 6:25, 6:26.
They left
About
Texas Road.
they pulled up
Okay.
the Texas Roadhouse 6 p.m.
In the house, and then 6:20 maybe he comes out and takes the trash to the end of the road.
Okay, he said 6:20 maybe, not 6:20 a.m.
Yeah, if you see him get home, and then and at that time, that means we just saw him get home from Texas Roadhouse, and that same hour or whatever, right? He just took the trash out when he got home, type thing. And
Well, show poodles, I have worked at many restaurants. I grew up in restaurants because my mother worked in a restaurant. And I'm going to tell you right now, people don't come to the restaurant for no reason. They come in there for a cup of coffee. They come in there to eat. They come in there. I mean,
even at Waffle House.
Even at Waffle House.
At least a coffee to newspaper. I used to see an old man do that,
I mean, that's what they're a lot of, like, yes, absolutely. A lot of their enjoyment is to sit there and talk with the wait staff, and, they're regulars. That's what you call a regular that comes all the time. They were trying to allege that, like, this Yellow Jacket character was a regular. And in my opinion, he wasn't. And he wasn't the guy that they said he was, in my opinion.
Right.
This man seems to have been involved directly with the situation with Sebastian and the green hoodie. And that's, I mean, it's obvious, especially when we see Sebastian show up on this man's phone. It looks like Sebastian to me anyway.
In my opinion, something was up there. It just ain't. It's not normal. And you're walking out right when Sebastian and his mother walk out. That's very oddly coincidental, and just acting, like I said, strange behavior. Standing out a whole lot, though, wearing that stupid jacket. Good job. You made yourself obvious. And if you're watching this, and we're going to get you.
And that little boy, or that young boy that was helping the Yellow Jacket, it appears they were having a conversation. I would love to know what they were saying, but again, I don't think that young man has anything to do with it, but I do think the Yellow Jacket does.
He's working there. He looked over at the green hoodie, and so did Yellow Jacket, because they're making such damn ruckus, in my opinion, over the fact that they were waiting out there and they were not supposed to, in my opinion. I think it was a plan gone wrong, because whoever Green Hoodie is, or Conan, if you will, I'll just keep calling him Conan. Conan didn't listen, man. Conan was told to wait over this certain area, or wait till I hit you up and back, text you back, or whatever. And oh yeah, Green Hoodie didn't get anything, didn't walk in there but a purpose to go use the restroom, when you could have just went to the pizza place right there in that parking lot, that dark parking lot you were running around in. In my opinion, you could have went and pissed over there, but you came to Texas Roadhouse and then walked straight out. Would you do a line back there or something? I mean,
hey, nobody that has to pee is like lingering around, right? You're like, it's an urge, you have to go, so you find a place to go and you go. It's not just like, oh, maybe I'll pee when I feel like it. No, it's an urgency, and you gotta go. And they were saying, KJ Mac, that there was
yes, they were in Pennsylvania. It was Florida and Pennsylvania that this allegedly, it was a lawyer that's really well known, and I looked his stuff up, and he had all this stuff for kids going on, these programs and stuff, and it was really sus. But his ears are way bigger than this man's ears, and nobody's ears are the exact same. So
Hindsight and them did a good comparison of the Yellow Jacket and why it wasn't that guy Richard Bishop. I hate to say his name. I mean, I don't think he's involved either. So
now there's somebody that knows somebody that's been alleged to be green hoodie, if you catch my drift, that likes is trying to sue everybody, right? That happens to be named Bishop and a wolf, which is really strange because this other lady, this Chrissy lady online was saying all this wild stuff about a Richard Bishop and a Joe Wolf, and but I don't know if it's a maiden name of the alleged green hoodie person that was alleged and wants to sue everybody or what that is, but there's like the wolf name comes back up on like letters and stuff, and then I think Bishop did or Richard did, whichever one of those, which was strange to me. So it was like still it was different people but the same similar names. You know, it's kind of like I said, Sebastian goes missing without any shoes or socks on, but then we got two families with poop shit feet and socks in their damn name. So is that a sign? Is that God trying to tell us something? I don't know. But all I know is that what happens in the darkness will be brought to light. I guarantee you that.
Exactly. You know it will. KJ Mack. I just call her Tex. She's interesting. She'll be like, listen here, Lady Freedom. And I'm like, okay. And then she'll put like the Joker memes and stuff. And I'm like, you're not the only one that's ever done that to me. That doesn't affect me.
Now talk about Gollum. Oh man. I was talking about Shrilla the Killer's father looking like Gollum, in my opinion. Now this one.
Oh, I can't believe we're gonna turn our Bibles to Ecclesiastes chapter 1. I want you to follow along with me. We're gonna do a Bible study, and I can't believe that they said he's the underbelly of the Lucifer. How dare you? That is interstate. You have made threats to me. That is interstate, and I have to go to court. God help.
She very
whoever she's married to. God help that person.
All of that like dark, like I'm gonna get you, and I'm
little
like,
gremlin witch, whatever. That's very Christ-like of you, by the way.
The power of Christ compels you.
Yeah, demons coming out of your ass.
I just get the holy water. I'm like, I'm good.
Look, I could see him, and demons are coming out of that thing. That shriveled up, freaky, disgusting. Stay away from my kids. Yeah, you're not going to be my kid's quote unquote teacher.
Oh, that was rough.
I teach all around the world, and I teach children, and I take care of. I teach autistic children, and my teeth are out right now, so don't make fun of me because I don't have any. My dentures are sitting on the table, and how dare you say something about my dentures not being in my mouth when I talk to you?
Try to talk all like, get all tough. And then you try to get all tough with the cops like they're going to have your back every damn time. Yeah, exactly. I'll rebuke that spirit all day long. But it just, like hemorrhoids just won't freaking go away. Not that I know too much about that, but...
Oh my gosh. Hey, Sandy. Yeah, text can be a lot to handle, and she does do that low, like, and then I'm like, hey, Tex, are you the green hoodie? And she completely shut her live down. And I'm like, did I scare her?
Yes. Write a letter, please, Craddock, right now. Please, Snuggle. Please write me a letter that says that I am not the one in that green hoodie out there at Texas Roadhouse. I was just not one that did anything. And where is the food? I'm hungry. Where's the food?
My T-shirt. I paid $25. I paid $25 for this T-shirt.
Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, where's my $25 for T-shirt? I can't sit anywhere. There's nowhere to sit. There's nowhere to shit. There's nowhere to shit.
Oh man. Yeah, I think she's too short to be the green hoodie, but I'm just gonna say that. Because we have to look at every option, and there is that weird thing where she was working with Mama Socks and Chris Proudfoot to sue people, and even the police. She sued the police. Oh shit! I'm not saying there are times we should do that. I'm not.
But should you really try to be making a living by just suing everybody around you? What does that say about you?
Make
What
a
does that
living
say?
about suing everyone around.
That's how you make a living since you're, quote unquote retired, allegedly retired, and you must be bored. Got nothing better to do.
I agree 100%.
And what got me too
Oh
was
my
a video where I saw a video of this person, and they said, "Would you like some flyers for missing debt? She said, wait, I'm sorry. Let me redo this. She said, would you like some flyers can I give you some flyers for some debt missing young people? I said,
No, she
whoa.
didn't. Wait,
Yeah,
she
it went,
almost said dead?
almost said the whole word. I swear to God. I need to send you that so you can show that sometime if
Oh my
you want to go
God,
that far.
that's terrible. Why would
I don't know
you
if I
do
want to get
something
sued.
like that?
I don't know. I don't know if I want to get sued. I don't feel like
Oh, she
paying
can't
all
sue
these.
people for
I don't
you
care. I'll
over.
win, but I just don't feel like paying all the fees and going to court, especially over here. God,
I don't want to
no,
pay
thank
the
you.
fees.
No, hell no. I'm not putting no more money in those bastards' pockets, man. They got enough. They got a brand new $1 million house and everything else. Snuggie. Snuggle struggle in my snuggie. Please.
So it's weird.
please.
It's very weird that the police here, right? It's like super odd to me that we have Sonny Weatherford, who in my opinion is checked out, right? And he's like, let's let the young bucks run the show, right? Because I'm going to be, on the way out retired pretty soon, But meanwhile, we have this beautiful child who's missing. And again, we're going to play some more of this. He just comes off like he doesn't know what the hell is going on in his own department.
At the end of the driveway.
Oh, again, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Okay, so some private investigators, right? Chloe PI and Heather PI do not question Sonny Weatherford and say, but what about the fact that they didn't leave the Texas Roadhouse until this point, right? I think he's playing these two.
Wait a minute. Can you rewind it back where that time says? I thought it said something about 15:24 and military time is 6:24. That's not correct. If that's what it says, I don't know who wrote. It looks like it came off Google. Yeah,
This one
right there.
I googled it.
18. Okay, no, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, I googled it, y'all.
I was gonna say if it says 16 or 15, I thought because I'm not wearing glasses and it's small. I was like, that is incorrect, and that could be a whole nother issue. But never mind.
No, it's definitely
it's 18. It's 18:24 is correct. That would be PM. That's why I use military time. I use military time just because there's no confusion on AM or PM. Yeah.
Yeah, when I
like
was in
it. I
nursing
prefer it.
school, they taught us that, and my
Oh,
teacher
I
was
do.
like very adamant about, saying, "Hey, you guys need to know this because if something happens, like shit hits the fan, it's a better time,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
a better way to tell time and stuff like that." So she was like
So much
super
better.
serious about it, but I still googled it to show everybody like the way,
Yeah.
how it goes out. Yeah, because so some private investigator, right? I'm just like, you guys suck. And so, again, 4 minutes after he's supposedly, according to Sonny Weatherford, taking the trash out, and he says he saw him take it out, Sebastian's still at the Roadhouse, and they still have about a 15-minute drive, give or take. And I think, okay, so I do play this part. So here's the green hoodie. So these two are the most suspicious, in my opinion.
Yeah, the green hoodie's coming. Just a bad spirit. I smell it. I feel it. It's a bad spirit over there, man. That place is cursed. I swear.
Yeah, it's weird, and it's just weird to have all of those characters in the same place.
Oh, their characters all right. Their characters
at
all
this
right.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this time. Okay, here we go, guys. So let's listen to more of what Sonny is saying.
just see him go back in the house, turn on some lights in his bedroom. That's it.
All right. We saw him go in his house, turn some lights on in his bedroom, and that's it. So I suppose, I don't know what to believe here. And this is the problem that we have with law enforcement in Sebastian's case. Nobody seems to be able to get it right. Because there's no way this could have happened the way that Sonny is telling Seth's PIs that it happened. And then Seth's PIs, they're writing this in their little fucking notepads, and then they're taking it back to Seth, and it's all shit information. Sorry. It just ticks me off a little bit, especially when we have a father who wants to find his son crying on the panel, pouring his heart out, a song that he wrote for his son, right here on this show. And you have these complete idiots, because at this moment, it probably would have been a good idea for the girls, both of them, there's two of them, to put their heads together and say, look at this. Sebastian's leaving here. So are you meaning that you saw him take the trash out at 7:20 p.m. and then he turned the light on in his bedroom and all of this? Or can you please clarify that for me? Because he either misspoke or he's intentionally lying to them. Or I guess those would be the only two things.
That was from a neighboring camera, I'm assuming. It's from a neighboring camera that you can see that, yeah.
But like I said, when she called us, we had people go to the house, search the house. We even got thermal imaging to check all the walls in the house. I said,
okay, then he says we even got thermal imaging to look in the walls. All right. And again, I know we played this here before, but I'm going to play it again to listen. Right. So they talk about the searching the house. And again, goes back to what Matt Thibodeau was saying. Did they search the house like they should have? And he's saying yes, but they didn't do this thermal imaging on all of this that day. And that's another big red flag to me. Show Poodle says exactly, Lady Freedom, and Sonny was done. He was dreaming of what he would do in retirement. He knew nothing, and what he did know was incorrect. And I mean, I think it shows, Show Poodles, and I think that if they would have just compared notes with him, maybe, I understand he's being quite short with them, and I know I'm not trying to say that I would say the right thing exactly right. I'm more than Monday morning quarterbacking at this point, almost 2.5 years later. I mean, yeah, Monday morning quarterbacking hard because we know a lot more now than we did back then. But yeah, I think he was so checked out, and I think that the way this investigation was handled from the beginning, they they contaminated the crime scene. Absolutely.
but like I said, when she called us, we had people go to the house, search the house. We even got thermal imaging to check all the walls in the house. I just to make sure that he wouldn't step in a wall somewhere.
All right. He said during the search, they used thermal imaging just to make sure he wasn't stuck in the wall somewhere. Right. So, or the RV. Robini, I know what you mean. Or the RV, right? Yeah. Did they look in all of that? Did they do all of that? Like, okay, guys. So, okay, this is what I'm talking about working your way out, right? You're in, and then you work your way out of it, right? So the child goes missing from their house. I'm a detective. I'm putting my detective hat on, right? And I'm going in there. First of all, we shouldn't have anybody in the house except for the mother, right? Or anybody that lives in that house. Like if Chris had come home from work, say he worked 20 minutes away and he came home right away, I can understand him being there. But having all the people that they did have in there shouldn't have happened. Even Seth being in there, was a bad idea, right? Because Seth isn't usually in the home. He usually picks Sebastian up off the bus, right? Sebastian gets off the bus and Seth would be waiting in Katie and Chris's driveway. That's what Seth has told us. He said that a million bajillion times to us, right? So that's how the arrangement was. Sebastian would go drop his backpack off, grab his overnight stuff for dad's, and get in the vehicle, and off they would go. Right?
Yeah.
So oh, you're back.
I'm back.
Go ahead, Libra. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But
I thought you were. I was like, I hate dead air, so I always
Me
try.
too.
Like when I'm not used to having someone always here. And
Yeah, I had to make. Well, I had to make my little
Great,
popcorn.
great, I
You know
love
me, popcorn, extra butter, salty. Oh, it's the best. It's ultimate butter.
I
You
want
can't
some
get
of
any
that
more.
popcorn.
You want? Let's go. Check it out. So I like what not Libra loyal, Liberty said. Excuse me, that's what I said. But yeah, they had Ellie thinking Sebastian was like 7 years old. Well, that's what the insult is to me. Sebastian was smart as hell. So to sit here and talk like he's just some dumb kid that ran off, or just was, and all these other things, that's just not his dad. Seth knows. And Seth said the other day, and forgive me if I'm repeating something you might have just said while I was out. But Seth said the other night when he was on panel, and y'all check that out if you check it out. It was really good because there was some information we got that night as well. And
I can't believe
Seth
not
said
everybody's watching it. Like I'm like, are you guys paying attention? Hello, Jennifer. Hey,
fall
Jennifer,
asleep like me all the
copy
time. But
well,
yeah,
yeah.
Seth had a set schedule, a set routine, and especially with an autistic child, they need routine a lot of times, but that's good discipline anyway. But in the other house, at the house over there off Long Hollow, I don't know, the way he said there's not much of a routine for Sebastian there. So he comes to his dad. He has a routine,
structure for sure. I think
absolutely.
All kids, and I think adults like it too, because I'll tell you, I'm not autistic or anything like that, but I think that I like predictability and safety. It makes me feel safe to know that
Yes.
that my environment is predictable. Does that make sense?
Yes, 8 p.m. That's bath time. Come up here. You could take a bath. You get your bath. Brush your teeth, comb your hair. Whatever you got to do. Get your pajamas on, and then maybe half an hour later or an hour later or that moment, it's time for bed. Lights out at such and such. I mean, that's taught in institutions too. It's in the military, police academy, fire academy, jails do it. Everybody, that's pretty much every institution has some kind of rehab programs. They all do it. But a routine, when some prisoners can't even live outside of prison without a routine. They just go right back in because they're used to being told what to do, when to do it. And not to say that negatively about it, but it's a good thing to get in a good routine. And Sebastian had that with his father. And he didn't have it at that house with the step foot. I'll tell you that. I know that.
I agree.
It's a mess.
It's a mess over there, right? And that's the thing too, Libra. You're right. Anybody that's living in chaos and then also having to walk on eggshells because your stepfoot is an asshole, it's going to cause issues in anybody's life. Like if you're dealing with somebody completely acting like a jerk all the time, you're not going to have the best time of it.
Well, Jergoff wasn't even supposed to be around Sebastian.
Oh yeah. So yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like you can't even be around someone that's visits with visitation, right?
Do you think that's why they blame Sebastian? Because I really think that they've used that blame Sebastian.
I feel like it's a retaliation in a sense. Kind of like we want you away from us because of this kind of, because of everything. 5 CPS reports, everything else. But if we could be a fly on the wall in that house, man, maybe that's why we got a security update on our security system.
Oh yeah, yeah. And the
we
mom
just got
works
an update.
We just got an update. That's what it was. It was just an update.
He's so
Because Katie's
right?
my boss, and she told me that we need to get an update because she's in control, she's controlling, and she's the boss in this house, and she tells me what to do. And don't look at my wife. And don't talk to my wife that way. You don't talk to my wife alone.
You don't talk to my wife alone. Oh my gosh, it's just too much. And I understand why he has to show poodles, because there's been situations that I've been in that many people would say, like, oh, I would do this, I would do that, and you want to, but you can't, because once you put yourself in that wrong, then they could say that you did wrong too, and they'll blame you to the day they can't blame you no more, and we all know what day that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would be in nut house. I would be in the nut house too, right? I would have to have someone, like, I would have to have a handler that would come around with me and make sure that I didn't hurt anybody.
A handler. I like that.
It's terrible.
Would you have a muzzle on yourself? Like a
I
dog
would.
handler with a
I'd have entourage like Miss Brooke over there, and I have to have people, ready.
start getting all weird, walking around with a leash and a handler all through public, and go to the mall and you got a spike collar on, and over here now sit, and you sit out, I feed you some, Barrow's pizza. You're gonna sit there and you're gonna eat your pizza and you're gonna enjoy it. And you're gonna shut up and you're not eating. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, seriously, because it has to
But
take
anyway.
a tremendous amount of restraint to deal with this. I mean, just the pure circus and the fuckery of it all. So I'd be as crazy as a sprayed cockroach. I know. Well, show poodles. It's just because of, like, the ridiculousness, right? And then he, again, like I said, he's got these PIs that he's like, okay, great, because I was like, when I first found out about him, I'm like, oh, thank God he's got some PIs, right? So they go out there and they're being handled by the proud feet. They're being schooled by the proud feet. They're being told, I own it. Don't come to my property.
I own it. It's not a breezeway. It's not an easement.
It's not an easement.
It's my property. It said no trespassing, but if you come, don't trespass. But I dare you, come on up here and see what happens. But don't you come up here. But you come up here, and I'm gonna take you, and I will make you pay. I will do something to you. So come on up here. Don't come here. Come here. Don't come here.
Exactly.
But if you come here, you're gonna come here. And I would, and don't. I can't wait to get my hands on you. But if you come up here before the cops get here, and I'll bring the cops with me.
I'll bring the cops with me. He absolutely said all of that. Oh boy, and he's a real piece of work. So this part's interesting with the thermal imaging in the wall. Right. It says, this is what I said, using thermal imaging to look for someone in the wall. Right. It says, no, you cannot use thermal imaging to look for a person in a wall, because thermal cameras can only see the surface temperature of objects and cannot see through solid barriers like walls. Walls are too thick and are effective at blocking infrared radiation from behind them. So a thermal camera will not only show the heat of the wall's exterior, not anything behind it. So that, I found that was an interesting thing, because Sonny's telling the PIs, like, we've even used this technology,
Yeah, it's interesting that that would be. The whole wall thing was just strange to me. Like, make sure he's not hiding in the walls and when in the walls.
That is weird. I would never think that they could hide someone in a wall without it being obvious that.
You just start.
I mean, yeah, if you have a really good drywaller, if you know how to do drywall, I guess you could accomplish that or achieve that, but it would be extremely difficult, in my opinion. It's weird that they would say that about the walls.
Well, they act like they are though, because they don't want nobody in that house. They act like they're doing something nefarious, in my opinion.
And then this is interesting too. Look, this is what Google says. There's the misconception. The idea seeing through the walls with thermal cameras is a popular misconception, often portrayed in movies. So is old Sonny Weatherford back in his office, kicked back with his feet on the desk, just watching movies, and he gets a call. Oh, we got Chloe and Heather down here. They'd like to speak with you. And he hangs the phone up and then goes on with his little fantasy land here with these two. I'm just but it's not based on reality. It says other technologies, while thermal imaging cannot see through the walls, some other technologies such as microwave or millimeter wave systems used by the military can be used to see through walls, quote, see through walls, but they are not typical thermal cameras and are not widely available.
Yeah, it's expensive stuff too. A lot of times.
Well, I know they brought the military in.
Yeah.
I know they did, to search, to do the actual search part, but I don't think that they brought in this type of millimeter wave or microwave technology that I know of.
It'd be nice to know, because did Sonny say what it was, or did he say thermal imaging?
He called it thermal imaging, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. I'll play it really quick again. Hold on.
Yeah. I thought he did. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, me too. Because, that's what Google pulled in.
We had people go to the house, search the house. We even got thermal imaging.
We even used thermal imaging to check it all.
Search the house. We even got thermal imaging to check all the walls in the house. Just to make sure that he wouldn't step in a wall somewhere.
He didn't step in a wall somewhere? Oh, Sonny, what were you watching, honey? Yeah. that he wasn't stepped in a wall somewhere. Does he mean stuffed in the wall, or maybe he didn't mean to say stuffed?
Man, if anybody's in a wall at any point in time, if they're not, say they're not alive, they're gonna start smelling. If they're alive, they're gonna probably be screaming or making noise or saying something, or if they really want to hide like that, well, knock yourself out, but I highly doubt it. And that wall's got to be pretty thick for you to fit in, even if you're his size. If you're Sebastian's size, he's still not small enough, in my opinion, for most of these 4x4 separated by however many feet they're separated. He wouldn't fit in most your standard housing. Is not gonna. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. That's not right. The walls aren't. They have to be wide enough for a person to stand in there, and long enough for them to stand in there, and everything else. Their feet would be scrunched, and it's like pigeon-toed scrunched in there, and you'd have to have your head turned probably. You'd have to be smushed in a wall. You would have to be smushed in a wall. Secret rooms
you wouldn't
possible.
be alive in there, I wouldn't think, right? Because you couldn't fit. Somebody would have to smush you into it, or put you
That's
there.
Ridiculous. Unless you got a special house, and somebody said secret room. Well, if there's a secret room in there, they can't use that thermal imaging for that either, right? You you have to find that secret room and open it up. That'd be interesting if there was, though. But it's what did you do then? Did you? Because I know Sebastian, with my opinion, with that side of the family, would want to hide and, I'm going to be quiet and hide while the police come. No, he'd probably be like, get me out of here. What are you doing? You'd have to shut him up somehow, and have to hold him against his will somehow. Even if there's a secret room, I just don't see Sebastian being okay with that, especially being on the spectrum. I just don't see him being okay with that. So that's my opinion.
That's what I was wondering about that other little guy. Did they give him a sedative so that way he was sleeping that whole time?
Oh yeah, that's true. That's another thing I keep forgetting. That is a factor that's possible. and the sleep medication he has not been re-prescribed, hasn't gotten refills since he went missing, allegedly still. So, because it was looked into, but yeah, I keep forgetting that is a factor that we have to. That's something that we do have to keep in mind as a possibility. Because, I mean, we do know who we're dealing with here, right? You know, some scumbags, in my opinion. That the step in. I don't know. A standard interior wall in Tennessee, newer construction construction is 4.5 inches thick. Yeah, it's not a standard.
I mean,
exactly.
No way.
Exactly. In standard interior wall, I've seen many of those without drywall on them yet. And you gotta be tiny to fit. Even a little person, quote unquote, little person couldn't fit in those. You'd have to be sideways and, everything else.
There's no way.
A squirrel could fit. A squirrel will fit in there real quick. Maybe a gerbil or something, or a rat or a mouse. Yeah, that's why mice do that. But human, and you got insulation, mind you, that you got to add to that thickness that's already in there. So these walls must not be insulated. They're not using 2x4s. They're using 6x4s or something, or 8x4 or something, or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't think they let the dogs in the house.
2x8s. 2x8.
I really don't, Cinderella. I think that they, totally dropped the ball on that. I do.
Because we don't show him leaving the house, which is the strangest thing for me.
The footage of him taking out the trash, was it pretty dark by then? That was before the time change? It was before the time change, right?
And so the reason we went to the landfill in Kentucky Monday morning.
Right.
Right about dark.
Right.
And so, I had my opinion, one of the best teams. We had TBI, FBI.
Yeah.
We had TEMA, and then we had at least 200 volunteers that were in law enforcement or first responders on the ground every day. And I'm not telling you, I'm just trying to give you information on what we have done.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so we've even called people with like cold cases and said, this is what we've done. And everyone I'm tells us, you've done everything you can do except find it.
Right.
And I wish we'd get a tip today and we could find it.
You said within a 5-mile radius.
Well,
I hate that. That sounds like Craddock. I hope we get a tip today and we find Sebastian. Hopefully we'll just find him today and bring him home. And it's like, it just doesn't sound right. It's like,
why are they always trying to convince us that they're doing everything they can instead of just doing everything they can?
Yeah. Stop with the talk. You can talk the talk, but damn it, I need you to walk the walk.
It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that it's always, well, we're trying to, I'm sorry, ma'am, we're doing everything we can. No, you're absolutely not.
That's land search.
Yeah, land.
Yards, Dutch Creek. We had TWRA walk both sides of the bank and then the creek itself all the way to Hendersonville. And then they did it out towards White House. And like I said, every pond that we have been able to find has been searched.
And I assume that you're aware that right there on her, where those woods connect, that is a sex offender with 4 aggravated sexual assault charges.
I didn't know, but
yeah,
so, I don't do our list either. But I got one this morning that said that the stepfather drove up here and got him and took him back to the job site and buried him on the job site. I'm like,
you don't think
that? You got hurt?
Yeah, I mean,
so
I did get a tip. I've been involved for probably a month now. I did get a tip a couple Mondays ago. A man drove up to me at the Rudder, and he said the morning of the 26th, around 5:30 in the morning, Kathy Bowersox was parked right beyond the Shell on New Hope. He said he had...
Okay, so
Worshams. Here we go with the Worshams.
Yeah, that's Worshams. Mm-hmm.
Trash
Yeah,
Mart.
because it's also a Shell station. And so Chloe was getting tips about this and about the fact that Kathy Bowersox was parked over there, and no one did anything about it. They didn't. It's like they didn't take it seriously at all.
Morning, Kathy Bowersox was parked right beyond the Shell on New Hope. He said he had called it into Sumner County, but he hadn't heard anything back. And I believe Sebastian's dad called it in again. I'm sure footage has been pulled from the Shell right there. I don't know what other cameras would be right there. It looks like maybe there's like a storage unit kind of thing right beyond that Shell, Worsham's Market, you know. And the only reason I really believe there's validity, number one, I didn't feel like the man was lying to me, but also it was anonymously posted from someone, I think it was someone else because they described it a little bit differently.
Talking about the mothers?
The Christopher's mother.
Okay.
Kathy Bowersox. Apparently has
Mama,
a decently
Mama.
recognizable SUV, probably because she's a real estate agent. That
Mama
she was
Poopy
parked
Socks.
beyond Worsham's on the side of the road at 5:30 in the morning on February 26th. So about an hour before Sebastian was reported.
You know your old ass
I don't
ain't
know.
getting up that
That's a
early
little
on the
odd
regular.
to me.
What's that, Libra? Sorry.
I said, you know your old ass ain't getting up that early on the regular. Poopy Socks.
Well, and I mean, I think it's interesting that she tells him that there's another source. She said on Web Sleuths that there was several sources that
That's
had
another
confirmed
thing.
that to her.
And also, you'd think somebody want to get the autograph of, Jay Leno's spitting image
Yeah, exactly.
with the dyed dark hair.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, we all know what her SUV looks like. Obviously, we've seen it. And when they're describing this to Sonny Weatherford, he's acting like he doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. Like, who? Oh, Kathy Bowersox, huh? What a jerk. I mean, I'm
Man.
sorry, but I understand he's not here to defend himself. But for sake of the analysis here, what the hell is happening?
Little SUV, probably because she's a real estate agent. That she was parked beyond Worsham's on the side of the road at 5:30 in the morning on February 26th. So about an hour before Sebastian was reported missing. I don't know. That's a little odd to me. And I just wanted to make sure y'all did have that tip.
I can tell you, I don't know all this.
Maybe, well, I guess maybe hopefully
I
Carter
don't
has
know
that tip.
anything.
Yeah, okay, exactly. And she should have let him keep talking. I would have just stared at him and looked at him like, what do you mean you don't know anything
Right.
about that? You're the sheriff.
I've had some training, and let me tell you this. I was trained that you just let them talk, and don't. But these little quote unquote PIs want to keep running their damn mouth and just keep interrupting and saying like I do, interrupt like when I interrupt you, and then they go, "No, I'm kidding."
Stop! I do the same thing. though. I do the same thing. Though. It's
they
hard
like
when
to,
you're
you
on
know.
these podcasts. No.
They'll sit there and they'll go, well, this and that and the other, just telling him more than he's telling them. Yeah, shut up and let him talk, and just until he stops. Man, dude, you can get a lot of information that way. You just let them talk. Let them just. When it comes
Exactly,
to
let them
an
say it.
interrogation, let them dig their own grave, right? When it comes to like sheriff's department, I know it's different, and I know you're supposedly private investigators. The reason why I say supposed is because you leaked a bunch of shit. That's why you're not SES PIs anymore, in my opinion. It's because you, in my opinion, leaked a bunch of shit you shouldn't have. There's a reason why you call it private investigator. Yeah, real private. And, and you turn around and tell everybody that stuff that, anyway. So
Exactly.
back to Sonny, yeah, when it comes to you talking to law enforcement too, well, let them just keep giving you info then. Quit interrupting them and telling them whatever you guys say. I had to deal with somebody like this not long ago, and I won't say their name because they have a good heart about the situation, but they kept interrupting this gentleman that I was just like, let him talk. And she kept talking about how she was I was in the Citizens Academy and I was in this and that. I did that. And it's like, Shut the hell up and let the man talk. You just interrupted him. He was about to say something that could have been crucial because we didn't know if this guy was involved or not. But since she wouldn't shut up, he might have.
He didn't have a chance to talk.
Yeah, he might have spilt the beans on something.
Yeah, I agree. And also it doesn't take people will talk to anybody. I found that out, in many circumstances. But yeah, if you allow for them to speak, and you just ask open-ended questions, that's the best way to get information, right? And let them talk.
And stop bragging about this stupid little Girl Scouts or whatever the hell you were talking about you got involved with. Because they don't care about that. I definitely don't.
No, people don't care. They just want to talk. They want the story out there. They have information that they're willing to share. So let them. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. But she does, and then also I have to say this, but it does seem like that they were trying to be that cutesy act, like, oh, we're girls and we're gonna get what we want because we're pretty, and it's like, no, that doesn't work either. Like, use your brain.
Yes, thank you for saying that, because that's what the vibes I get from it is getting all braggy and no offense, but yeah, you said it well.
Thank you. I just got that vibe, like they thought they were going to be these cute little girls coming in there, and the sheriff would be, and again, it's just odd to me that they were interrupting and they weren't allowing for him to, or if, or a follow-up question to that, so you didn't know anything about that, really? So does somebody else have that tip, or can we go ahead and put a formal tip in about that? Because I was told this information. I'm a witness that somebody came to me as Seth's PI to present this information. They're very unprofessional, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because I would have had that shit documented, and I would have made sure I didn't leave the police station until it was.
Yeah.
So that's
for sure.
Yeah, I don't, and then she's like, oh, maybe this guy has it. Well, if they make sure they got it. Right? Like, don't, oh, okay. Thank you, Sonny. Okay, sure, hon. No way.
Drop the damn ball from the beginning. Yeah, man. And, just try to act like, it's almost like, it reminds me of these guys that you ever watch those shows or those YouTube videos where an officer impersonator gets caught and he's still trying to act like an officer and he's not fooling them at all. And he gets arrested eventually. But they let him talk, and they're okay. Well, what agency are you with? Where did you go to the academy and all this stuff? And I went with so you can call so and so, and they get ballsy enough to say, you can call so and so. He's the sheriff, thinking they're not going to do it, and they do it. And they say, well, we just called them just now, and they said they know nothing about you, and they still sit there and still try to impress and act like they're a police officer. That's what it reminds me of. It's like she's trying to still impress them that she's a PI, and it's like, just stop, man. Just stop. That shit ain't working, man. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so true.
Kind of
yeah.
Kind of a pride thing, but I think sometimes in that field, the ladies might do it a little bit more than the guys, but I might be wrong, and I'm not trying to sound, sexist about that, but it's just, it might come off that way, and if it does, it does, but I'm just saying, it just seems like you said, like the flirty, I got to prove myself that I'm like a cop. I'm like a cop. Yeah. Yeah. And I got to dig. I dug 6 feet in the ground with an excavator and I didn't find them. So, but I found a little piece of this or that. And I talked to the, this is another thing one of these people said in my experience was, I was talking to the detective and we talked and it was, oh, it's so-and-so. Was it so-and-so that you're talking about? Yeah. Well, yeah, we talked and we kind of hung out. We talked, like, I'm so cool for talking to a detective. Like, get out of here. And nobody's impressed by your crap. We just want to find Sebastian. Okay. And we just need you to shut up so you can go ahead and listen to see what that sheriff's got to say. And I'm going to now so we can continue to
no, I agree with you though. I agree with what you're saying. Stop.
I'm going hard on them today.
Yeah, I mean, well, because it's like they're just trying to convince everybody that of their credentials instead of just showing what their if you're a good PI, you're going to be smart. You're going to play the situation in a, intelligent manner, not, going for the low hanging fruit. Like, oh, I'm this, I'm that. And, I'm cute. I'm a girl. I have boobs, that
And you'll
sort of thing.
understand confidentiality as well, won't you?
Oh, absolutely. And that was lost
it's
here.
like
No
textbook.
doubt about it.
That's textbook shit right there,
Yeah, it is. Putting stuff out on Facebook is questionable. You're more searching for people to give you the information instead of you putting information out there, right? You're spot on with that.
For clout, whatever it is,
Exactly.
Maybe, well, I guess maybe hopefully Carter has that tip.
I could say everything goes to him.
Yeah.
I was supposed to have an interview with him for a promotion.
Oh.
He got sent to another county on a case.
Okay, so then he says, she goes, oh, I'm sure Carter has it. And he's like, yeah, he gets everything, like I said. So nobody double checked that information at all. And then she's like, is he here? Can we talk to him? Which I think is a good idea to ask about that. And he goes, no, he's in a whole nother county, guys. So how is he searching for Sebastian or on the case? And this is very early on. This isn't 2 years. This is early on.
They know you can't break in there and just bust in there and grab the files and stuff yourself at the department. So sorry, he's not available. And they'll just dance around it until the death for all, literally,
Yeah, he absolutely did. And they don't double check. They're not like, well, hey, could you get this message to him? Can you make sure that we report that Kathy was, seen by eyewitnesses? Let me get you that person's information so they can speak with you directly. And again, why is it law enforcement wanting to gather that information from Heather? And if she's the one that, heard this and they drove up to her, did she gather his information, or did she tell him that you need to also call law enforcement? There's a lot of things that could have been done differently here, in my opinion.
I feel like there's also hush money possibly involved. A lot of times there is like some kind of hush money, bribery, extortion involved to keep somebody quiet. And
Liberty, I have direct knowledge and proof of that I've put on this channel, that Detective Carter, I use that loosely, has zero experience finding missing children. He has never solved a case like this, and he's been given this case on a golden platter, and he has absolutely squandered the opportunity and has never come out, as Sandy is saying here, publicly to speak. And I showed you guys every bit of receipts and proof that I have on that. Every single bit of it. And yet here we are. And he's not just working Sebastian's case like he told another YouTuber that he was only working on Sebastian's case 24/7. Seth has also told us that when he tries to get a hold of Brandon Carter, he's not available because he's too busy at court or doing something different. He's not only working on Sebastian's case, guys. That is, and this was months ago that I put this out, that he is, that Sebastian's case is an active and ongoing criminal, Proudfoot, Poopy Foot investigation. Criminal.
Yeah, Liberty says exactly, and Craddock has no experience of either one either. I agree, in my opinion.
No, he was cherry-picked by Sonny Weatherford.
It's one of those, like, nepotism kids, They just gets given a job just because mommy or daddy works there, and then they climb the ladder. Like, they don't have to climb the ladder. It just gets given to them. They get the supervisor position or get the sheriff like that. Whoa, there you go. You're next in line. Yeah, that's for you. It's almost like that. It's like, I know you had to get voted in, but did he even have anybody running against him last time? I know this time he didn't.
Unopposed.
The whole time, but last time after Sonny Weatherford, it was just, anyway.
Yeah, because I covered when Sonny Weatherford passed away, and when I went to go look on his page, to see all of the condolences and things like that, I also stumbled upon them campaigning for Craddock for the next sheriff and saying that Sonny Weatherford wanted him to be next in line, and that he, he was absolutely going to be the predecessor. Yes, and even Sonny's wife was all on board with it. He was absolutely named as Sonny Weatherford's protege. And let me just say, I do not take it lightly that Eric Craddock has been serving in the military from a very young age, and also he went to Northwestern University, so he used that GI Bill in the proper ways. I'm not saying that he didn't work for his position in that way, but for him to just be given that position without being elected is very corrupt, in my opinion.
We also look back at the job he's done here and can say that he shouldn't have been given it now, in my opinion, because he really didn't do us any good finding Sebastian or helping with this case. So yeah, he should have been given that, in my opinion.
No, and he was just, Sonny wanted him to be the next one. So basically he was teaching him how to be the sheriff and get these peons to do your dirty work for you. And that's, in my opinion, who Brandon Carter is, because Brandon Carter has never come out and said anything publicly or otherwise about Sebastian Rogers' case.
These peons and these quote unquote PIs.
Peons and PIs. It's all their fault.
And our house is, our house has 2x10 boards, so he can fit right in them walls. Let me tell you, everybody can fit in those walls.
It's crazy.
Shaquille O'Neal. We're looking for Shaquille O'Neal in them too. He can fit in those walls. Anybody can. BS.
I agree.
Gotcha. All right.
All I can do, because TBI, and so we really can't release more than what I've told you.
You can't release the missing persons report, like the initial report, not the police report, but just the.
Yeah, see, Craddock, I need to get that report for the Q Center. And Craddock called me and said, y'all can't release it. And I'm like,
because it's an open case.
Yeah, but I mean, the nonprofit organizations that do the searches, they get copies.
They work open cases.
That's how they do it. And so, I'm not really sure why we can't get that for them.
When they told me he was here, I said, told me to go find him.
Yeah.
I knew he had talked with him.
Right.
But he's at lunch. Because he's doing interviews also.
Gotcha.
And so I had the last interview for the morning. And so when I got through, they had left. Okay. I said, how y'all going to do me?
I think he was delegating a lot of crap to Craddock more than he was probably doing anything anyway. Honestly, I just thought of that. I just realized that too.
Oh yeah, he was, and he just said, "Oh, they went," and then he went to lunch. See how they do me. Where are all these interviews that Craddock did, by the way? Because the only interviews that I've watched Craddock do is the 2 press conferences, right? One on day 4 and the other one on April 2nd, the last one that he did. And then in between, he was with Nick Barris only, and once with Caitlin Quisenberry on February 27th, he was with Ken Widener also, and that was it. So at this point, this is about end of March, April, maybe mid-April, because when she goes on Web Sleuths, Chloe P.I., she talks about this, and she says, I don't know why I couldn't get a missing persons report. They wouldn't give me one.
Yeah, that's crazy right there. She's like, well, so-and-so gets them, but y'all, well, because it's an open case. Man, y'all already knew how to seal this thing shut before we could even help. That's really corrupt and disgusting, in my opinion. And when I say y'all, I'm talking about Snuggy Struggy over there at Sumner County and everyone else that's just as dirty.
Yeah. I mean, it shows right here, right? Because all she's looking for is to get that missing persons report so they can give it to Q, which is the search and rescue organization that was looking to assist in this search for Sebastian Rogers. and they're saying, nope, we can't give that to you. We won't give that to you.
I smell
And she's
fear
like,
in
that's
that.
weird.
Yeah, that's weird. Like you fear that something's going to be seen that doesn't need to be. Excuse me, I'm drinking my cheap soda. And something's being seen that doesn't need to be, or they're afraid of that, right?
Yeah, it seems like it.
It's the whole fact that they marked it as like a runoff or a walk-off, and if they're wrong, and it's on paper that they're wrong about that, right? Then I wonder if that could really bite them in the ass, and they knew it, and they're worried about that. I really wonder.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. And I mean, and the thing is that they're only working with certain people, and I get that they have enlisted help, and we know that. I mean, I'm not saying that they haven't, but then again, have they really done everything that they can do? And I think that it's interesting that we're seeing this, right? Or we're hearing this conversation, and then we find out that you know she goes on Web Sleuths and talks about this exact situation in terms of like I couldn't even get a missing persons report, so there was zero follow up, right? And they were being pushed off, like, oh yeah, he's on, she's not here. Sorry guys.
But anyway,
They left you to you have to deal with this. Yeah.
These pesky PIs.
Yeah.
I'm so cute.
I'll talk with him.
Okay. Yeah.
And so
We're not asking for a file. We're not asking for even, just the missing persons report.
And I don't, what you're doing or what you know. I just want an open line of communication so that I can share with you what I'm finding out.
Okay. So I would recommend that you either talk with Brandon Carter. And I hate to say it, but the longer this goes, the more I feel like it's not going to be good for the family.
All right, he says that the more this goes, the more this goes, I don't think it's going to be good for the family. What do you think about that, Libra? Because that's wild to me.
The more this goes, as in, what do you mean that by? Like the more?
Yeah, let me play
the
it
more
really
this
quick back again.
what
I
the
know
interview goes on. Yeah, please replay that because I'm trying to. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, I wanted to make sure I was in the right spot. You go ahead. Okay, so he's recommending that they get in touch with Carter.
Right.
I hate to say it,
but the longer this goes, the more I feel like it's not going to be good for the family.
The longer this goes, I feel like it's not going to be good for the family. Like, is he saying that he doesn't think Sebastian is alive?
I interpret it as the longer that this case goes on, like they want to close it, they want to get it finished up. He says, I recommend Carter, like we're going to delegating again. He's just not going to do anything himself. He's the sheriff. So I wonder if Craddock has just delegated everything to somebody and he's just not going to admit that. But yeah, it sounds like he's saying the longer this case goes on, that it's not going to be good for the family. I don't know if he's talking about that interview because the family won't even know.
Oh, I gotcha. Like he means like,
about
I mean, it's horrible that the family's having to go through this, and the longer it takes to solve it, is the worse it's going to be on them. I gotcha.
That's been long enough now, and it's pretty hard on Seth. But in my opinion, the other side of the family over there, yeah, we'll get our nails done and eat Hunt Brothers pizza all day, I guess. Just enjoy our lives and go to Disneyland and everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah,
opinion. That's what it seems like to me too. Like they're just living their best life, right? And Witchy says this is a double-edged statement, good emotionally and good legally.
Yeah.
Yeah, showing the the compassion for the family, but then also, again, he's not giving up anything to these two, and they think that they're getting somewhere. I'm not so sure about that.
And they sat there and just they weren't serious enough, in my opinion. They sat there. I can understand being nice to somebody trying to get a serious case done, but they were getting a little too. Oh yeah, like they had to play that to, and he's like, oh, I got him. Like I'm playing these two like a fiddle. I'm just going to tell them that I'm going to because those two probably don't even understand too much of what they can do and can't do either. So, I mean, that we know of, I mean, in my opinion, it's just silly. You got to stop. There's a time where you just got to stop trying to play nice guy and say, hey, but, you know, why can't I get this? That's kind of crazy. It's kind of odd. Why can't I get this report, sir, or something? At least be a little assertive. You got to be a little assertive sometimes, you know.
Right, and and I agree with Liberty.
They're definitely not going to volunteer.
Good
and give
old
it to
boy.
You.
It's like, acting like the good old boys, and we're not. Oh, okay, ma'am, tip your hat. No, I don't want to play that bull crap. Right? Don't play that bull crap with me. I would be way more assertive. And I just don't know what's happening in my own office. These boys are running wild. That's not gonna. Hell no.
Oh,
that
was good. I'm sorry, that was funny.
It's okay.
That was funny right there. I don't care who you are. That was funny right there.
That was funny.
I don't know what's going on with my own boys in my office. I have no clue. Lady, I have
agree.
no clue. And stop asking me questions, because the longer this goes on, the worse it's going to be for the family. So we're going to give it to this incompetent sheriff that's under me, okay? All right. Thank you very much. And I'm going to go fall and hit my head now. And we'll make the other one sheriff and make y'all's life live in hell. How about that? You'll have to wait 2 years. You're going to have you're going to have some gatherings 2 years later with questions of why there ain't no damn press conference. There's only been one? Okay. Well, have a good night.
I mean, he is just playing like he does play them like a fiddle. He does, and they leave. They're like leaving. They're leaving, and they're oh, he's so nice. Like I could just see them leaving, and getting into the car. Like, oh my God, Chloe, wasn't he so nice? Yeah, Heather, he was so nice. He's everybody's nice.
God,
I'm like, oh hell no.
Yeah, they're on the elevator, and
they're talking about it. They're like, I think that went really well. It's like, no, it didn't. You got zero. You gave more information than you gathered.
Good tag team, girl. I knew you'd kill it.
They high five in the elevator.
High five in the bathroom. Is that what you said? High five in the bathroom.
Elevator. No, I said the elevator, but that is another place they could have high fived.
Yeah, the only way they could do that in the women's, they'd have to go to the men's. Like women's bathroom was, down because it was out of order. They went in the men's and they sat on the urinals and high fived.
Oh my God!
Really got him good.
Oh my gosh, I'm telling you, and they didn't. They think they did good. I think they do think they did.
Got
good.
any Adderall, girl? Got any Adderall? I ran out, girl.
I heard that was passed around quite a bit at this point, but I won't get into that can of worms.
Okay. So I would recommend that you either talk with Brandon Carter, and I hate to say it, but the longer this goes, the more I feel like it's not going to be good for the family. I hope he comes back safe. Mm-hmm. I really do.
Mm-hmm. Of course, yeah.
But I don't. It's not looking that way. The more we go,
I know.
The longer time span.
Have you talked to the sex offenders and gotten alibis and all that?
I can't.
Yeah, you don't know. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to push you, but
I'm the sheriff. But
no, I understand. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, why would she ask that question when she knows at this juncture and everybody knows that there's no camera footage of anybody coming in by Sebastian's house, as Matt was saying, as I've said a million times here, everything's locked up, nothing's tampered with on the exterior of the home. So why are they saying, well, what about the sex offender? No.
I'm not trying to push you.
Did they come in the mothership undetected? I mean, come on. What kind of PIs are we dealing with here? Because, I mean, I'm nobody, and I can tell you that that's wrong.
Yeah, man, it's like, I don't want to push you. I don't want to push you too much. I know you're the sheriff. You're being too respectful now. Just ask him his damn question. You got to respect him at all. It's just a sheriff. He's not over you. He's not your boss.
Exactly.
We're not trying to be pushy. We'll let you go. We know you got other things to do. Now you just cut it off. You just gave him a way out. You just gave him a save by the bell, so to speak, right? I'd be talking his ear off until he made me leave, because I have the right to. But I guess I don't know. I guess I practiced that more than these two would. No wonder Seth fired these two, in my opinion, allegedly.
Yeah, and I'm sure he heard some of this, obviously, but I know that they were also like giving information to certain people and then not giving it to Seth, and that's another thing that's, across the board. I've complained about it. I'm like, why are there all of these neighbors who showed Chris and Katie the camera footage in the beginning, never showed it to Seth, and then now they're sending it to YouTubers? Like, that make sense too. That's ridiculous. Like, if you're going to do that, you should at least give that to Sebastian's father so he could have someone look into it or have it for himself.
Could there have been a money exchange, perhaps?
I don't know.
Information, perhaps. I mean, we already know that some of these folks are scummy, so I wouldn't put it past them. Sell some information to somebody that doesn't need to have it, whether they knew it or not. If that was going on, ooh boy.
Yeah,
it's like
exactly.
Seth said, who's in whose pockets? That's what I'm just kind of wondering. Who's in whose pockets right now? Yeah, good question, Seth. Who is in whose pockets? We would love to know that. But I have a good idea. I have a great idea.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree 100%.
There's so many things going on.
Right.
But I can please tell the family.
Yeah.
We're working on it every day.
All right. So he's very convincing. He's trying to convince them that he's doing everything he can. He really wants Sebastian to come home. But he says that the longer Sebastian's out there, the worse it looks.
Yeah.
And, I mean, obvious. Thanks, Captain Obvious, in my opinion.
The worse it's gonna be.
The worse it's gonna be, and the worse it was.
Captain
the worse
Obvious.
It was, right? The worse it was, for sure.
And worse gonna be. Yeah. Man.
I did like a thing in
we'll
the
ask
first
Bubba
7.
back here if he'll go ahead and take over this case.
Yeah. We'll ask Carter. Get Carter on it. Where's Carter? Oh, Carter's in another county. Oh, okay. Well, you girls have a great day. Just let everybody know we're looking for him. No, you're not.
It's
You
like
guys
Lil
are busy
Wayne's
in
album.
another
We're looking
county at lunch. All kinds of other shit that didn't have nothing to do with Sebastian.
We're looking for Carter like everybody used to anticipate the next Lil Wayne Carter albums, Like, oh, when's it going to come here? When is it going to get here? What's it?
Right, exactly.
It's a mystery. When's he going to do his job? When's he going to find something? When's he going to find Sebastian? When's he going to give us information? Where's Carter 3 coming soon? Back when Lil Wayne was anything. I think he kind of fell off now, in my opinion. Nobody really cares anymore. But, but back in the day when he was hot, like any other artist, they get that stage where they're in their prime, Where's the Carter? Oh, he's coming out with another album, another Carter. Yeah, that's the same mystery we got going on. We're kind of anticipating. And then, we're past that, in my opinion. I'm past that anticipation stage. I really don't anticipate them doing anything. And now it's, how do we get this to the FBI? I know it has to go through that process, but you still want to brainstorm and find out ways that we can do this. We have to. It's a race against time, people.
Yeah, it is. It really is. It's and the FBI has been involved, but the jurisdiction has always been.
It's one of the craziest cases, man.
Sumner County's hands. They've always had jurisdiction, and the fact that they won't give that over or hand it over is interesting. I mean, the Memphis field office is the one who put out the $50,000 reward for Sebastian, which I found to be interesting as well.
Yeah, Memphis. Interesting.
Memphis. let's see. I did a little
I
7-day
was
first 7 days. It
Uh-huh.
like compilation. So this will give people a good idea of kind of what transpired there. Hold on 1 second. Let me just pause this. All right, hold on. I'll present this up to you guys too, so you can see it. Okay.
Search for a 15-year-old boy in Sumner County. The TBI put out an endangered child alert for him today. Our Lydia. Update on the search here this afternoon. Well, ladies, there are even more teams who have joined the search now, up to 150 personnel looking for Sebastian Rogers, going on hour 10 of the search now here in Shackle Island. We want to show you Sebastian's photos. He's 15 years old and he has a form of autism. This photo was taken of him just last night. He was last known to be at home before midnight. Teams have been looking for him since 6:30 this morning. They say they're focusing their efforts on the couple-mile radius around Sebastian's house, which is just up the road. We've seen state troopers knocking on doors, people walking in the woods, horseback patrols, firefighters searching waters, canines and drones, all the while aircraft are circling overhead.
I couldn't recall off the top of my head when the last search like this was. Obviously, this one is exponentially more important, being a child who does have autism. I can't imagine what those parents are going through right now.
Okay.
Deputy who you just heard from there says Sebastian loves water and he loves to hide in small spaces. Sebastian is 5'5", and they say he's likely wearing all black. Now, many people tonight are asking how they can help. The chief deputy says, as of now, there is no public search party, but he does ask anyone who lives in the area to check their Ring doorbell cameras. If they see anything on there, to call Sumner County. Tracy.
Oh, it's so heart-wrenching to see everyone out there just trying to do whatever they can. Thank you, ladies.
Is on for a missing and endangered teenager. It continues in Sumner County for now the 11th hour.
Everyone is out searching for Sebastian right now. That search has maintained the 2-mile radius, but once that is cleared, officials tell me they do plan to expand that. And as the day progresses, more and more crews have come out to help with the search for Sebastian. So far, I've just seen a couple of agencies, just to mention a few of them: Metro Fire, State Troopers, TBI, City of Hendersonville, First Responders, Sumner County Sheriff's Office, Metro Urban Search and Rescue are all assisting. At this time, we know 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers was last seen around midnight in his home wearing a black sweatshirt and sweatpants with
All right, now this is Caitlin Quisenberry, guys. Day 1, 11th hour. We just heard it, and she's saying last seen at midnight.
Yeah. The news got a lot of stuff wrong too, by the way.
They did, and that's what's so hard to decipher, right? Because we are, as viewers, looking at it, and we're like, okay, so Caitlin, and I love Caitlin Quisenberry, by the way. She's always there for Seth, interviewing him, and she's right there. So big shout out to her. But I'm saying, who told her this, and who's giving her this information? Because we know that she was talking with Craddock at this point.
Yeah.
So was Katie and Chris lying to Craddock? I think they were. I think they played off of his gullibilities. I can't imagine what the parents must be going through right now. Doesn't care about Sebastian. This poor boy's out there, he's no food. He didn't take any snacks with him. He didn't take any water. He didn't take any shoes. He didn't take, yeah. No phone, no nothing.
And it also begs the question, well, who is actually right? Could the media actually been told that and it's right, and then they turn around and they're wrong and they change it? We don't know who to trust anymore. But
right, exactly.
Kind of strange, man. It's definitely strange, but.
Well, I tried to reach out to Main Street Media, which is a media outlet there. And I tried to get a hold of them because they ran a story in an article stating the same thing, that Katie Proudfoot herself said to them. And I tried to get that confirmed. I asked them point blank period, did Katie say this to you? And they never wanted to get back with me for a comment. That says all that I need to know. It says all that I need to know. I don't even need them to get back with me. I'm good. Deuces. Deuces.
Yeah, I already know you're full of shit.
Yeah, Katie told you guys that, and she lied to your faces, and she kept changing her stories, as one of our wonderful Dragon Tribe so eloquently stated here.
Yeah.
I can't find the comment right now. Sandy, another story. Another story, right? Oh, I seen him at midnight. Oh, I thought you went to bed at midnight, Katie. I thought you asked him, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed at 10 o'clock, Katie?
I don't know. I
Where's
don't care
Bubba
what you're
falling out of the
doing.
bed?
I don't care what you're doing up there, but you better stop. Better cut it out, quit, and go to bed.
Unbelievable.
What was it? A bang or a thud? A thud.
Just a thud.
Just a thud.
Just a thud.
Oh, just no big deal.
No biggie. No biggie. It's okay. But yeah, I found that interesting because, again, like I said, I have a news article from mainstream media that states that Katie said that to them too, midnight. And then crystal clear Chris, when Duchess for the Missing quoted that or asked about that, right? He said, "Oh, wait, right now. Let me help you out. Let me, let me, let me get you. Let me help you with that."
Yeah,
Sure.
and I remember reading also that it was there's an article, I can't remember exactly where it's from. I need to find it. It could be Main Street as well, but it says she asked him after the thud, "Are you okay?" She went to see if he was okay. I went, "Whoa! I never heard that anywhere else." That she went and asked him if he was okay. That's what we would prefer, but that's not been their story. They didn't go check on him, in my opinion. That's not what was told to us from everybody else. So I need to find that article for the next. I'll look and see if I can't find it. But yeah, "Are you okay?" was. I mean, I don't remember if it did say checked on him to see if he's okay. I believe it said, "Are you okay?" "Are you okay?" in quotes. That's never been the story with them. "Are you okay?"
I'd love to
was
see
never
that
a
because I
question.
don't think I've ever seen that, Libra.
Yeah, that's why we're so up in arms. Is like, why did you not at least see if he's okay or ask if he's okay? Well, she said, "No, I don't care what you're doing up there, Bubba, but you better cut it out. Go to bed." And I told him to go to bed, and he did.
He did. Oh, I know. Katie with that accent. She just really tried hard to fit in, didn't she?
Control freak, manipulator, narcissistic, POS, in my opinion.
Exactly.
A white stripe, possibly barefoot right now. He does not have a history of running away, but is known to wander and is autistic. Officials with
Okay, again, Caitlin saying he's known to wander, but then Chris Proudfoot goes and he says he's not a wanderer. He doesn't wander. It's wander. By the way.
Wander.
By the way. He doesn't wonder. He's never wondered. Okay. Interesting.
Man.
Ooh, Gina says the house next door is still for sale. It's been on market for 142 days. 64.9 still. Was it 644.9 still? I don't know if there's a price. Is that a price drop? Gina, did they lower that price? I thought it was a little higher last time. Good to see you, Gina. So weird, right? Okay, I just had to point that out.
the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Tell me if you want to help the search efforts, check your home surveillance video for any sighting of Sebastian.
The way the search is being conducted. Now, a search party may come at a later time. What they can do right now is search their Ring doorbell cameras or their Blink cameras or whatever surveillance video they've got, especially if they're in this area. If they see Sebastian, call the Sumner County Emergency Communication Center at 615-451-3838 and let us know.
As stated, you are asked to call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office if you see any or know anything about Sebastian's whereabouts. Again, that number is 615-451-3838. And as always, you can visit our website, WKRN.com, for updates on this story. Live in Sumner County, Caitlin Quisenberry, News 2.
An Amber Alert has just been issued for missing Hendersonville teenager Sebastian Rogers.
As the sun begins to set out here, crews...
Oops, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Libra.
Oh, I was just saying, okay, but yeah, I did find it when you're ready. And I could share the
They
screen.
did
if you
drop
like.
it. They did drop it 10K. Oh, wow.
Nobody wants that damn house. They don't want to get like people driving by all the time, probably.
I know Lady Freedom out there trying to film everything always, and
Silver's on scene out there.
Silver's on the scene. Who else is JLR's been out there too? But oh well, we want to talk about that one.
Nah, hell no. I don't want to think about that person. You stay
Me
off of
neither.
YouTube.
Let's not talk about him.
Stay
It'll
away
be,
from my kids. Stay away from my
being
kids
a-
and my family and my niece
Stay
and my
away
nephew.
from my kids.
Stay away from everyone. Stay away from my church, since we know what you did with that Jesus shirt. Like, what the heck, dude?
Ew, that
You
was like
demented.
so rotten. Did
That
you
is
want to
rotten
present
as a
something?
satanic ritual. Yeah. Go
Okay,
ahead and
go ahead,
I'm
go
sharing
ahead.
a screen
here.
here.
Oh, I see.
And this, I just
Thank
looked
you.
up the quotations really, and I'll zoom in if I need to here. It
Boom.
says
I'm gonna mute. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Katie. This is Court TV on Facebook. Apparently, it says Katie Proudfoot allegedly asked her 15-year-old son Sebastian Rogers if he was okay after hearing a thud, or a loud thud or bang coming from his bedroom on the night he disappeared. According to accounts provided by Katie, this interaction occurred on the night of February 25th, 2024, at their home in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Night of the disappearance. The question is part of conflicting versions or specific details surrounding the final hours before Sebastian was reported missing. The noise. Katie stated she heard a loud noise from Sebastian's bedroom around 10 p.m. The question, she called out or yelled to him asking what happened or if he was all right. Sebastian's response was he reportedly replied that everything was fine and that he was going to bed. Katie then instructed him to go to sleep because they had an early wake up for school the next morning. The next morning, February 26th, Katie went to wake Sebastian up for school and discovered his room was empty. He just vanished, you know. Sebastian, who is on the autism spectrum, has not been seen since. An active Amber Alert remains in effect as local authorities and Tennessee Bureau of Investigation continue to investigate his disappearance. So yeah, it just says, you know, and one of them says, ask if he was all right or what happened. Well, which one is it? Which one is it? But this one was Court TV. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even think that my Facebook is. But yeah, I just think that was pretty wild. It was like, she never said she asked if he was okay. Nobody else ever said she asked if he was okay. We kind of wish, Eddie, are you okay? Right? Eddie, are you okay? Are you okay, Eddie? Eddie, are you okay? You're going to ask, at least. I mean, maybe she didn't go, yeah, for sure. That needs to be our new, like, theme song, man. I wish it could be. I'd be playing that. We need to make a knockoff of that. I'll make a knockoff, and then we'll do that as an intro one day or something, or as
That'd
an
be
outro.
fun. Yeah, maybe we could do it for members or something when somebody
Have it
becomes a
play
member.
while they're doing the interview.
I have to make a video for that.
Yeah, do like a little short, and then we'll make it sound just like the song, but slightly off, just so it's not, you know, so it's royalty free. But yeah,
right.
I found it. So that was kind of cool. We found
There
that
you
pretty
go.
quick.
There you have it. And thanks for reading that. I mean, look, I mean, what date was that, Libra? Can you tell me what date that was? That they put that out?
It says Katie Proudfoot asked her 15-year-old son Sebastian Rogers if he was okay after hearing a loud thud or bang coming from his bedroom on the night he disappeared. They say
No,
night
but I
he
mean, when did
disappeared,
that
so they're not
news?
saying
When did that article? When did they put that article out?
the article.
Yes,
Sorry.
sir.
Let
No,
me
you're
look
good.
that up.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I
I'm
clicked
big
on
on
it.
the dates. I'm sorry. It's just the way my brain works, and I'm like, okay, when did
Oh,
they
we
put
need
that
that.
shit out?
This is April 3rd, 2024. So I'm glad you asked that.
Oh my gosh! So this is around the time that we're talking about right now.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
I'll
Web
share mine.
Sleuths was like April 27th, I believe,
Yeah.
of 2024.
Yeah. So this is what was being. Court TV is the ones that said that. Court TV is someone I trust just because, I don't know, I've always been a fan. I've always watched their stuff. They always seem like they try to have
Same.
integrity. But
They've done a lot for Sebastian too.
They're not going to be perfect, but yeah, and I'm just kind of showing, you know, this is what came up on the, you know, it's showing that feed, but turn the audio on. We could, I don't know if you want to see this or not, but yeah, the audio
Was missing. Where did Sebastian go? Did he leave in the middle of the night? Why would he leave? These are all questions.
Did he just
that
run
have
away?
No answers. Police say they don't know.
There's our friend Vinny.
So there they are at the one of the retention ponds, correct?
Yes. Yes. So I don't know if this is the one that Chris Proudfoot was like, it's only knee deep. But it looks about knee deep to some people, right? I'm 5'6", by the way. So I mean this may be, I don't know. I would say it'd probably be shin deep for me.
And it might not be. So, like, how are you going to just assume that and go in there and start sinking? That's why the fire department's not jumping in the water like a dumbass. I mean,
hello, because no, Libra, you're right. Because, like, okay, so if you step foot in that and you start trudging around in it, it's kind of like quicksand because of that sludge and all that nasty shit at the bottom, right?
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is sludgy. I'm going to keep the audio off right now. I just want to see some of this.
Here's the landfill search.
They got that. I guess this was covering up, right? So they could have privacy of what they're looking at. They had that ready. I remember seeing that big sheet because I've never done I've never done landfill search personally, but I just kind of wonder what that was about. Like, oh, if we find evidence, we got to kind of hide it from the drones and helicopters coming by, media, and all that stuff. Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, there
I think so.
Precious. Chronicle, credit to Chronicles there. Her
now that's Chronicles of Olivia, and that's when the Proud Feet went on there and said, that, I mean, well, they said a lot in this interview, by the way. Oh, there's Seth.
Yep.
And there's Crap Pick.
At least learn how to shave that damn chin strap right. Golly, it's the worst.
Yeah,
I thought it was,
with Nick Barris, he did an interview with Nick Barris as well.
Dick embarrassed.
Nick embarrassed.
So yeah, Dick embarrassed.
Robbie, I don't know when Splash will be coming. I don't know if they're gonna search the basins or not. I wish they would. I wish they'd go and let them search in the ponds again too, because it's not like they could drain a pond, but they're not going to find the type of things in the sludge like Splash would be able to. I mean, they just wouldn't be able to. So, but yeah, let's look back at what Caitlin Quisenberry is saying, because guys, with this other case that we were talking about, Tyler Hall, who was found safe in the attic, it makes us want to revisit this. So the Amber Alert was issued on February 27th for Sebastian of 2024. That's one whole day after he went missing. And now this is the evening, and Caitlin's outside of the command center, which is set up at the Shackle Island fire station.
Are preparing those drones and night vision to continue that search for Sebastian Rogers. As of right now, the search is over 24 hours, and it is an all-hands-on-deck effort to assist in this search. This afternoon, there are over 150 people in the search party. Crews assisting are TBI, Hendersonville Police, Goodlettsville Police, Sumner County EMS, and Rutherford County Fire and Rescue, just to name a few of the many. Officials tell me Sebastian Rogers is an autistic 15-year-old with glasses, dirty blonde hair, and was last seen wearing a black sweatshirt and sweatpants around midnight Sunday night. One of the risks that Rogers was on medication.
Increases the volatility of the situation. The medicine was there, obviously to treat his autism. So how he responds to that once the medicine is out of his system is really not my expertise, but I do know that it's going to have a negative effect on him.
Yeah, well, we know that you're gullible and your ignorance is the reason why you're in the situation that you are in, Mr. Craddock. Sheriff Craddock now used to be Deputy Craddock.
Yeah. I have to go here in a little bit, about 3 at the 3 hour mark or so. But if you'd like me to, I could read this right here. Autism is not treated with medicine. It's treated with therapies. Also, Katie said he didn't need his medication, but he did have to be weaned off of it.
Yeah.
But that's true. You don't treat autism like with medicine. Are you serious? What a
I know, and he's thinking that in the beginning, right? I don't know, but it'll have a negative effect on him. But you didn't even ask what he's taking his medications for, because if you did, then you would realize it wasn't for autism, it was for ADHD and for sleep.
And you're not an expert on medications, so just shut up. Unless you're, I mean, because we sit here and don't get me wrong, we sit here, we research stuff on the internet all the time because that's just our source of, hey, we want to learn. I mean, I'll get a specialist on here if you want me to, but I'm just saying these people are elected officials getting on TV talking about this stuff. They definitely should not be talking like they are experts on it, and just say, hey, I can't make a statement on that at this time, but we do have some medical experts looking into it, right? Or a pharmacist at least, or something.
Yeah, or how about
you know
what
but,
Sebastian's taking his medicines for? You know, like the day one.
Stop talking like an expert when you're the sheriff.
Yeah, he really needs.
We know that's not his expertise.
Yeah, I mean, he just needs to look into this, and I think that would be the first thing. I will say, I was watching something with Chris McDonough, and he was saying that was the first thing that you know ask about is medications, right? Are they taking anything? Because if they didn't take a dose, it could make them act a certain way, right? Out of character. You know, there may be a reason they're taking said medications, right? So,
yeah.
And Gina says, I think autism came into play after they got married, and CP said he can't deal with him because if you look at the time he was diagnosed, it was around when they got married. Oh, okay, Gina.
Interesting.
Yeah, that is.
But he has been diagnosed, so he has been diagnosed.
Well, and the thing I always found to be odd is that the autism diagnosis was definitely later. But they knew about the rare chromosome deletion, which kind of mirrors a lot of the symptoms. But just the fact that they didn't tell everybody about that, they pushed autism, was a little odd to me.
Yeah, it was to me as well, in my opinion.
Yeah, because if you know somebody to have a certain diagnosis, and then a new one comes into play, you're probably going to name that first diagnosis the second diagnosis. You know what I mean? Instead of being like autism. You know, I mean, they were really hammering that home. You know, Andrea says, I worked with autistic children for almost 25 years and have a diploma in child psychology. Medication is not needed for autism. Yeah, and Andrea, I'll tell you, I worked with people with special needs, and that's
thank you, Andrea.
Yeah,
exactly. And I have somebody that I'm close to that does as well. And by the way, it'd be neat to have her take on this sometime. So, Andrea, if you're ever interested in having an interview on the show, don't be shy. Reach out to Lady or me.
Yeah, we'll drop the link because I want to do more open mics because I think those work out well, Libra. I think, right?
Oh yeah, if we had like a open mic with her. Or invite her on for a special show or whatnot, and just all about autism itself, and also on top of it, what is silly about this as well. But yeah, just an education on autism for those that don't know and don't understand it. I know a lot of our followers do and have family that is. But yeah, to educate everyone as well. That this is what we're looking at. This is why we were saying these things, because it's so silly and ridiculous when you know that autism itself is not something you're born with, you know? So
yeah, it is. It was, and it's a late diagnosis for him. It's not like he just developed autism. That's a really great point.
Just out of nowhere. Yeah, exactly.
Well, great, Andrea. Andrea said she would love to come up and speak on autism. So yeah, we'll have to do that, Libra. That's a great idea.
Yeah, that's a good way to really see that. This is what I'm saying. This is how we get it. It's not our opinions, it's just only, or it's not our research on the internet. I don't want to always do that only. I want to put people on that know what they're talking about, have experience. She's has deep experience in this, so that'd be amazing. And this is what the sheriff should be doing. I don't know all the answers to that question, sir, but I have someone right here, a spokesperson that knows all about autism. Here she is. That's all you got to do. But you're standing there trying to talk like an expert and being like, well, he has medication for it, and but he doesn't have the medication. And I'm not going to say he didn't. I'm not going to say he's barefoot. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. No, I'm not going to say that.
Yeah.
Like,
exactly. Jenny by the Beach says, in my opinion, Sebastian had behavioral issues due to his home life and environment. I believe that too.
I agree, Jenny. Absolutely. That affects someone that's used to a routine, especially on the spectrum. And even if you're not, you're OCD and on a routine and you have to have things a certain way, it'll mess you up and it can make you very agitated and very uncomfortable, and it can really be a problem. It can be a big
Yeah,
problem.
it can. It can be. It can be it can be a big problem. And hey, Miss Ann, good to see you. Yeah, and the thing is about them is that they were so gullible in the beginning, where they were just operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off because he's autistic, and that's not the case at all. It's not the case at all.
Well, lady, I'm gonna.
I guess if you have to hop off here,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go live at 11:30 tonight. I'll probably play a little bit more of this through, and then hop off for a little bit, and come back up for night court.
Sounds good. We love the night courts.
Oh yeah, I know, right? It's good. And we're gonna do a show together with Jennifer on Saturday. We might do an hour earlier because I think that works out better for her. But we're going to talk about Sebastian's case as it pertains to the Darvo stuff. So, when you're dealing with this situation, Darvo, many times we see these behaviors of denying, attacking, and then reversing the role of victim and offender. And we've seen that nonstop in Sebastian's case, especially if we've watched the internet, right? So, and how it's played out on the internet, not so much in these news reels, but how it's played out online. The blaming of Sebastian, I've called it the blame Sebastian theory, because that's what it seems to be to me. Definitely reversing the role. Chris and Katie are the victims, Sebastian's the offender, and they never took the time to look at what they were doing in their life and in their home. They just blamed it all on Sebastian, right? Like, if your child's having problems, it's a family issue. It's not just the child. I mean, the child could be acting out, sure.
Yeah. Consider his environment. Consider that when he was over there in Hendersonville. And
I mean, look at his stepfoot. He's so rude to him. He's so rude to everybody online. Like you were saying earlier, do this, do that, come here, don't come here. I'll sue you if you do. I'll claim harassment if you do. But go ahead, reach out to me anytime.
You're getting involved in something you don't need to get involved in. And talking about people that you do not need to be talking.
It's so
you were not in Katie's life at all. Yeah, just the voice is like, man, I couldn't imagine being a young autistic kid and just getting verbally abused like that, in my opinion, because that's verbal abuse. And then it gets to where it's like, okay, how physical could this have gotten? Well, we know some about that too, but we won't go there right now. We might talk about that later. But yeah,
we do know something about that too, don't we?
You just listen to the verbal abuse, and then you go, man, I wonder what this person would do. It sounds like he's going to get physical, and it sounds like it wouldn't be a problem to get physical. It wouldn't be very hard for him to get physical with somebody, and so. Yeah.
Right, and Sebastian's a kind of a smaller kid, and then you have this big oaf, towering over you, yelling at you like that, like you said, the voice shaking and the threatening, aggressive, so aggressive.
Lack of patience.
Lack of patience is a big one.
Lack of patience, lack of, self-control. Now, I scream and yell on here, but I have the right to. And but I do it because, I'll scream and yell on here if I want to. But I'm not screaming and yelling at a woman. or a
And
child.
you don't have a missing kid, do you?
I'm screaming
that's the thing.
about, yes, exactly. I'm screaming about a missing child that nobody seems to be doing anything to work for to find, besides his father and those of us that do and have searched. So, yeah, it's different.
Yeah, they put themselves under the microscope when they reported Sebastian missing. You never know what type of response the public will give. And when they see Sebastian smile and they see his situation, when they see that the mother is acting like a weirdo and so is the stepfather, they see Seth coming out being his voice. It makes a world of difference, right? And that's what made people decide that they wanted to continue on searching for Sebastian and asking questions.
Yeah. Well, God bless you, Lady Freedom. You do a lot for Sebastian. I don't think I've told you that on air yet, but I'm going to tell you right now. Thank you so much.
Oh,
And
well,
it's
thank you.
a pleasure always talking and speaking on these things with you and doing true crime with you. I love it. And
Yes, I'm so glad to have you. So
everyone
thank
in
you.
chat,
That's
thank
awesome.
you.
Oh, and my avatar is I changed it over. That's courtesy to Libra, so I have to thank you for that too. Oh,
Absolutely.
that's nice. Right.
Yeah.
I want a public apology. Chris.
Yeah.
Dumbass.
Yeah. Oh God.
Give me a
Yeah.
public apology.
Oh my.
Goodness sakes. Well, thank you for coming up with me.
Elementary.
And like I said, you're more than welcome to join later
I
if
love
you
all
want.
y'all
We're
and
gonna
everyone in
do
chat. Thank you. Yeah.
We'll reconvene for night court.
I'll leave that a mystery, okay?
Okay.
Right.
Like I said, it's
Mic
up to you.
drop.
I'm probably gonna do a I'm probably gonna do an open mic tonight. I think that would be cool if you guys want to do open mic, and just talk about Sebastian's case. Let us know what you think. Let me know what you guys think. Be fun.
Sounds good. Well, goodbye,
All right,
everyone.
Libra. Well, you have a great rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
So, yeah, guys. My opinion, there was a lot of different stories being put out in the beginning from Chris and Katie Proudfoot's mouths to law enforcement who was relaying information over. And that is how we came to this. So we'll just watch some more of this.
Sumner County Sheriff's Office is urging all nearby residents to search their garages, barns, any open spaces that Sebastian could be hiding, as well as checking that home surveillance video.
Breaking news this afternoon, the search for a missing 15-year-old boy in Sumner County is now an Amber Alert.
The reason it is an Amber Alert now is because so much time has passed. There's bad weather coming in, and this young man has not had his medication in about 36 hours or more, and he needs it. There are more than 200 searchers currently looking for Sebastian Rogers, and I'll be honest, it's a bit tense. It feels like everyone here has their head on a swivel. Behind me, the Shackle Island Fire Hall is the home base for the search crews. There's a lot of unique ground to cover in this area. This neighborhood quickly goes from suburban to rural. So Sumner County Emergency Management Director Ken Widener told me that in order to keep everyone on the same page, they only want professional searching right now. However, it is so hard to stop people in this community from jumping into action when a child's life is potentially in danger.
Well, you can look right there and see, little kid, he likes to get in buildings, they said. So he could be in that barn somewhere, I've seen people looking through all these here. But if he's scared, he's going to wait and come out when nobody's around, probably. That's the reason I'm trying to ride the road to see if maybe there's a chance he'll come out and I'll see him,
So here's what we know about the missing 15-year-old. At this point, we know he wandered away from Stafford Court. He is 5 foot 5 inches.
All right, guys. So this is what we know about this child. On February 27th, 2024, she says, we know that he last wandered away from the area of Stafford Court. Bullshit. He did not. He did not, in my opinion. And as you can see, there were local people out in the, sorry if I say it wrong, side-by-sides, ATVs, whatever you want to call these little contraptions that they're riding around in. And he's like, I'm trying to look to see if maybe he's in this barn over here. I'm trying to see because they keep on telling us he likes to hide. He likes to hide in small spaces. He likes to hide in small spaces, right? Over and over and over again.
Is 120 pounds. He was last seen wearing his glasses, a black sweatshirt, and black sweatpants. He has autism, which could mean he's drawn to water, enclosed spaces, or places of special interest to him. How you can help law enforcement is by...
All right. He likes to get into small spaces. Why did Katie and Chris not come out and correct any of this information? because they didn't want to get on camera. I'll answer it. They didn't want to get on camera. They didn't want to speak with anybody directly themselves, right? So they're pushing all this crap from behind the scenes. And then when they finally do come out and tell everybody, Chris has a bad attitude and he's going, let me help you out. Let me help you out with that. Oh, here, let me make it crystal clear for you. Oh, bull crap, Chris. It's just infuriating.
Looking in any of your garages, sheds, barns, unused buildings, and checking for him. There's a case, there is the possibility that he is hiding in one of those buildings.
There is an urgent search for this missing teenager who has autism. He's been missing for more than 24 hours.
People can actually join in on that search as well as far as civilians are concerned. But according to this, a number of agencies are jumping in to help Sumner County, including Metro Search and Rescue Team, the TBI, and more. We're here at the command post. We've been here for a while now, and things have been pretty much at a standstill. We can't expect things to pick up over the course of the morning. We saw one deputy leave this area just a little while ago. But yesterday afternoon, they had about 40 people on the ground searching for this teenage boy. Take a look at these photos of 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. His family says they believe he walked away from his home sometime early yesterday morning. His parents saw him before bedtime Sunday night, and when they woke up Monday morning, he was gone. They called police for help around 6:30 in the morning, and Sumner County tells us they immediately began searching, and they issued that endangered child alert. And this morning, they continue to extend the perimeter, and they're asking anyone who lives near Beach High School off Long Hollow Pike and wants to help to check their property, including crawl spaces, sheds, small areas, and any other locations where a child who enjoys hiding might be. Law enforcement has interviewed Sebastian's mother, and she's holding on to hope for some good news.
Mom was at the house. We've interviewed her. She's obviously distraught, as any parent would be. I couldn't imagine what she's going through currently.
Okay. So we do have Eric Craddock saying that he talked to the mother, right? We've talked to the mother. Now, when he says a statement like that, that could mean him and other people, or that could mean him as he's representing the organization. Either way, Ken Widener does tell us later about his interactions with Chris and Katie, so we'll just have to wait up for that. Gina says the past DA didn't like to throw the book at parents. Even the fire department dad, no charges, even though he left his pew-pew in the car and the toddler unalived himself. Oh, poor baby. At the station, at Shackle Island Fire Station. My Lord, that is so devastating. Oh my gosh, Gina, that's crazy. And I agree with Liberty when she says the DA acted like it was Mayberry. That is definitely the narrative that the Republican caucus here on Republican Freedom Caucus here on YouTube is pushing that narrative, and Mr. Craddock is happy to get up there and do his song and dance to help out the cause. So unbelievable. That's not freedom or conservative values, in my opinion. It was botched from the very beginning, Jenny. I agree. Of course they hush it, right? Hush, hush. They like to hush these things because show poodles are saying, hey, I didn't know that. Unbelievable. And they do. They protect it's CYA. It's CYA at all costs. Cover your ass, cover everybody else's ass, because we don't want none of this out.
Yeah, the fact that Sebastian has autism is causing extra concern in this case. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Kids say children with autism, they wander or go missing at a high rate than other children.
For a missing 15-year-old, now missing for over a day.
TBI, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, Nashville Fire, Shackle Island Fire, as well as Sumner County Sheriff's Office, all coming together to help find 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Like you said, he has been missing for over 24 hours, as they last seen him walking out of his house around midnight. Now, Sebastian is 5'5" and weighs 120 pounds with dirty blonde hair. He's most likely wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. It's a bit quieter out here right now than it was when I was out here Monday morning, when you could see and hear a plane, helicopter, and drone all trying to locate Sebastian. The TBI did issue an endangered child alert. They believe he walked out of his house and is unable to find his way back without help because he's autistic, which is why they are concerned for his safety. Officials say Sebastian likes to get into small spaces and hide under his bed.
Okay, and we do know that, right? Seth came up on the panel a couple nights ago and said Sebastian used to like to get under his bed, right, with the flashlight and read his books, because it's more fun under there and it's cozy and you're in your own little world, right? How cute is that? How sweet is that? And how lovely it was for him to be able to do that. So he liked to do that. But we know that Sebastian didn't like to get dirty, right? We found that out later. He doesn't like to be dirty, so he's not going to go to some old nasty up ass barn and go chill in there. He's not going to do that, guys. He doesn't like bugs. Okay, what is a barn full of? Dirt, bugs, poop, right? He's not going to want to be in there. He's not going to be in there. But yet they expended all of these resources, and I think this is the bigger picture here, is that because they operated under one assumption that Sebastian just walked off, this is what we get. This is what we get right here, is chaos, resources being wasted. She says, it's a little bit quieter out here now. Yeah, because they're probably realizing that they're looking and spinning their wheels in the wrong places. They were just too stubborn to admit it at that point, in my opinion. Again, this is 2.5 years going on later that we're looking back at these beginning days, right? This is right when Sebastian went missing, the first couple days. I did a first 7 days video on this, and that's what we're looking at.
Those who live within 3 miles of the search area around Beach High School along Long Hollow Pike. You may want to check outbuildings, garages, cars, and under desks in case Sebastian used any of those as hiding places. Sumner County Sheriff's Office says that's the best way to help them out at this time. If you do see Sebastian, you're asked to call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office.
The search for a missing Sumner County teen now in a third morning.
You may have received that Amber Alert on your phone yesterday afternoon or seen the billboards over the interstate. It's all for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. And it's a heartbreaking development because this does mean that law enforcement now has reason to believe that Sebastian has either been abducted or is in serious danger of injury or death. It has been an all hands on.
Okay, so again, they issued this because they thought he was endangered, right? He could be facing situations where it could cause great harm or even passing away. Hello, Poppy Love. Good to see you. So Miss Ann says, in my opinion, I think they really botched this case up. And I think that Sebastian was flat out somewhere else, and who's seen him walk off, right? I know, Miss Ann, they don't have any type of indication or evidence that ever happened, that he walked off. It appears that we have no indication that he actually made it home. Good old Sonny Weatherford over there talking about how Sebastian got there at 6:20 and was out there. I saw him taking out the trash. No, you didn't. Quit lying. Quit making up stories. Watch less TV in your fantasy world. It's sad. How could a kid as big as Sebastian hide in small spaces? That's true, Liberty, because he's 5'5", which is an inch shorter than me. He's much, tinier, right, in size. But it's still, he's definitely not gonna be under a tarp. Look under the tarp, said look under the tarps, said Sheriff Craddock, then Deputy Craddock. He wouldn't be under a tarp. Did they not tell you he doesn't like to get dirty? Like Chris and Katie, told on the day that they interviewed with Holly Thompson, they said that. I'm pretty sure they even said it on Duchess. Right? So why would anybody be looking in their yard under tarps for him? I mean, it was just so screwy Looney Tunes from the very beginning. Gina says DA also wouldn't give the DP to the mom that held her daughter's head under at Old Hickory Lake. Oh, I remember that. Oh my gosh, Gina. Yes. What is with the lack of care for these kids? It really makes me wonder. It really does. So they're weak on horrific crimes. Yeah, it seems that way, right? Yeah, they are shitheads for that page. Yeah, I think the fact that the step grandparents took all the grandkids to Disney except for Sebastian, that's the first thing I saw on their Facebook page. That's what made me realize who, the Bauer Sox really were, right? Just looking at their Facebook pages told me everything I needed to know. And I also saw that they are definite it heads. All right, here we go.
deck effort. On Monday, the Sumner County EMA director says there were over 200 searchers on the ground, plus canines, helicopters, and drones. There's been help from about 24 agencies with rescue and dive teams on standby. We're told nothing is off the table. They've even been playing his favorite song, Eye of the Tiger, along the search to try and soothe Sebastian. Now, they've been scouring a 5-mile radius in the beach and Shackle Island area. A reminder, Sebastian Rogers is described as 5'5", 120 pounds, dirty blonde hair, last seen wearing a black sweatsuit. We're told he does have autism, is drawn to small spaces, and is active at night.
I've actually been allowed into some neighborhood Facebook pages, and we're following those and communicating with them. And they've got watches going on in their neighborhoods. A lot of people, review your camera footage and see if you get someone that matches Sebastian's description, and call 451-3838, and we'll come look at it.
You're also encouraged to share his description on your social media.
It's now on day 3. Peyton Kennedy is live at the command post now in Hendersonville with a closer look at what's been going on this morning.
Day 3 is underway here. We'll give you a look at the command post activity happening right now this morning. And of course, you can understand emotions are running high as it was pouring down rain here this morning, and the temperature has dropped significantly. We want to show you this map as well that details the pathway hundreds of law enforcement members have taken scouring the area for a sign of Sebastian. They've used helicopters, drones. This morning I saw crews leave on ATVs. Plus there's been horses from Hendersonville Police with more from the Metro PD reportedly on the way. He was reported missing Monday morning, last seen in a black sweatsuit. Now we're seeing a number of community organizations reaching out to help law enforcement agencies, including Live Love Nashville, Sumner County Fire Buffs, and Long Hollow Church, who have been feeding folks here at the command post. We actually just saw a couple trucks come up with some food deliveries as well. Now Long Hollow Church held a prayer vigil last night and have offered their campus, which is just down the street from here, as a second command post if needed.
There's some things that we can't do. We're not trained to be on the front lines of that search, but what we can do well is to love those who are. That was kind of one of our first steps forward, was just to come alongside first responder. One thing we can do is put some warm food and be a support.
They've also turned over their surveillance footage to the police department in case anything was caught on those cameras. You are also encouraged to check your home's security cameras. Turn that over to police if you see anything.
For information as the desperate search for a missing Sumner County boy intensifies. Unfortunately, there is still no sign of 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, despite exhaustive efforts. It's February 26th when Sebastian was last seen at his home in Hendersonville.
Officials now say they're still treating this as if Sebastian just got up and walked away from his house.
Officials say there have been absolutely no signs of foul play and really no signs of Sebastian Rogers at all. No confirmed sightings of him on any surveillance camera or doorbell camera, and first responders haven't found any evidence in the woods or water or even his home, which they say they have searched 10 times. Now today they focused on bodies of water around the area because they say Sebastian is drawn to water. Investigators are also asking the community to search their property. People in the community.
All right, guys. So this again is showing exactly what was done in these days. Right? Just exactly what was done. We have the progression right here. And on this day is when they started going out and doing some closer searches back to the home. When, in my opinion, they should have started at the home and worked their way out, and they did not do that. We're seeing it right here, what was done.
Say they've all been impacted by the situation. They add students at Sebastian's school are also worried. Even strangers who live nearby say the situation has kept them up at night, especially because of the terrain here.
I see it's so many woods and so much water here in Hendersonville. It's so much water and so many woods. From like Glenbrook on, it's solid woods, and you're like, there's so many places. And then we passed by T.W. Hunter up here, and they had the new drain ditches laying out there. I thought, oh God, wonder if they searched them, Wonder if they looked in there to see if maybe he was in one of them trying to stay warm, get the wind off of him. It's just too many places he could be, and it's scary.
Now, the one thing investigators did say they found were tracks leading away from Sebastian's home, but they say that lead fell up short. Now, it's unclear how long they'll be out here tonight, but of course, we'll keep you updated.
Has been missing in Sumner County for 3.
Okay, guys, and I want to play that back really quick because she says, right? She says that there was a lead that fell up short, that they found tracks leading away from Sebastian's house, but that lead fell up or came up short, excuse me.
Or doorbell camera, and first responders haven't found any evidence in the woods or water or even his home, which they say they have searched 10 times. Now today they focused
and searched the home 10 times
on bodies of water around the area because they say Sebastian is drawn to water. Investigators are also asking the community to search their property. People in the community say they've all been impacted by the situation. They add students at Sebastian's school are also worried. Even strangers who live nearby say the situation has kept them up at night, especially because of the terrain here.
I see it's so many woods and so much water here in Hendersonville. It's so much water and so many woods from like Glenbrook on. It's solid woods. And you're like, there's so many places. And then we passed by TW Hunter up here and they had the new drain ditches laying out there. I thought, oh God, wonder if they searched them, you know? Wonder if they looked in there to see if maybe he was in one of them trying to stay warm, get the wind off of him. It's just too many places he could be, and it's scary.
Now, the one thing investigators did say they found were tracks leading away from Sebastian's home, but they say that lead fell up short. Now, it's unclear how long they'll be out here tonight, but of course, we'll keep you updated.
Rogers has been missing in Sumner County for 3 days, meaning agents think he is in imminent danger. Agencies from all over the state have come out to assist.
So far today, authorities have put out a call for more police mounted patrols as possible, and Hendersonville Police and Wilson County Sheriff's Office have responded to that call, bringing in extra horses and people for that. And also out in the field here today have been drones, helicopters, and all-terrain vehicles. Sebastian Rogers is 15 years old with autism. He was last seen at his home on Stafford Court around midnight Sunday wearing a black sweatshirt and sweatpants, possibly barefoot. Two of the many concerns officials are facing now is Sebastian has been off of his medication since going missing, and the temperatures are expected to continue to drop below freezing as the night goes on. I will say I've spoken to a couple residents out here who really...
All right. Speaking of snacks, Gina says people actually asked what snacks they can leave on their porches if Sebastian came to their house. WTF, get me out of here. Gina, okay, you're so right. And, you know, it's that Pollyanna attitude that I can't stand. And I don't understand it, because it's like, yes, I understand that I do give the benefit of the doubt and I do try to be diplomatic. I get that part. But yeah, what is that? What is that? Like Sebastian, again, we have to think as if these things are illogical, right? We have to think logically. Excuse me, I should have just said that. We have to think logically here, and that's not logical. You know, he's not just going to show up on someone's porch one day looking for food, right? I mean, again, barefoot. How far did he get? There's no footage, so that just shoots everything down and right there. No footage of him. No nothing. It just shoots it all down.
Just want to help in this. You can also donate packaged snacks and beverages to emergency crews working around the clock.
To go out in the woods, in the trees, and that to search. So they just need snacks, things they can put in their backpacks and take. So the need became the water, Gatorade, and snacks. It's always better to get the community away from the command center so they can do their job. But this community is so helpful and want to be involved that they just want to come. We just decided to open here to kind of give the community a place that they can bring things.
And as the night continues, there will be a community prayer vigil held at Northfield Church in Gallatin at 6. All are welcome to attend. And we'll continue to be here at the headquarters as this search
continues for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers in Sumner County. The autistic teen went missing 3 days ago near Beach High School in Hendersonville.
Authorities the case from an endangered child alert to an amber alert.
Okay, guys, so first they had an endangered child alert, then they have an amber alert. Just find Sebastian, okay? But anyway, I also want to point out that when I did some further research, there was some really weird items that they were asking for, and maybe we'll go back over that when we reconvene for night court tonight, because I'd like to hear other people's perspective, right? Maybe we'll do an open mic on the first interview that Chris and Katie did with Duchess. And they were asking for some very, very strange items to be brought to Shackle Island Fire Station for the Shackle Island fire buffs to take care of it. And they were asking for cleaning supplies and energy drinks and garbage bags. And
the harsh drop in temperatures and the fact that Sebastian needs his medicine.
Aaron Cantrell joins us now from Northfield Church in Gallatin, where a vigil is getting underway.
On day 3, and crews, they have been out all day searching the area, but community members, they felt the need to do something. So they're hosting this prayer vigil, coming together, hoping and praying that he does come home safely. Now, a lot of people want to get out in the community to help search, but first responders say just leave that to them. But this is the best way they can help, by praying and also just hoping he does return home.
Our big concerns is the weather, the rain from this morning, the drop in temperature, the wind, and then tonight we're going to be cold.
The search for Sebastian Rogers continues. He's last seen near Stafford Court in Hendersonville, wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. Hundreds of trained professionals from departments across Middle Tennessee have been conducting searches with the assistance of horses, dogs, and specialized technology like drones. They've expanded their search efforts and have been paying very close attention to bodies of water.
Many people on the spectrum love water, whether they swim or not. Just the calming nature of water tends to be a place that attracts them. Ponds, lakes, swimming pools. Obviously, we're in Hendersonville, so we've got a lot of water around us.
Sebastian also takes medication. So Jessica Moore, the executive director of Autism Tennessee, says it's important to find him quickly.
Someone who is used to routine, who has a daily schedule, who has just different aspects of their lives that's just repetitive every day. It can be very stressful to not have those pieces in place.
Moore thinks Sebastian could be a sensory seeker.
Someone who enjoys a lot of pressure, deep pressure. I think he likes to hide, and that those more confined spaces are calming. Approaching slowly with calm words, with a calm demeanor. I'm sure that he's feeling a lot of stress and a lot of anxiety. At least I would be in that situation.
Yes, now this prayer vigil is getting underway now. Attend events like this, but also keep sharing the poster of Sebastian, and hopefully he is coming home safely.
Bill with an update from overnight.
In addition to all of the state and local agencies working tirelessly on this, the chief deputy here in Sumner County says they are now talking with the FBI as well. He says they are doing everything within their power to find Sebastian. I just spoke with the EMA director.
Okay, guys. So on day 4, we're getting confirmation right here that they spoke with the FBI on day 4. The FBI was brought in on day 4 of Sebastian Rogers' case, allegedly, according to this. Just want to point that out.
Who says yesterday they scoured about 2,000 miles on foot. The director says typically people will only travel 0.2 of a mile, so they have definitely honed in on that circumference as well as inside his home. But unfortunately, nothing. Aerial crews continue the work overnight, and we're told the ground crews are reporting here again at 7 a.m. this morning. That includes officials on foot, ATV, and horses. We've also seen many community groups come together to support these officials. Prayer vigils have been held the past 2 nights. The EMA director tells me that today they're asking for residents to check any bodies of water on their property. The Sumner County mayor says they recognize people want to do as much as they can, so here is his guidance moving forward today.
If you want to search in your neighborhood, want to search on your property, we really ask that you do it in teams of 2 as we do our aerial searches with the helicopters and the fixed wing planes and the drones.
Yes, guys, I did that on purpose, right? Because who is this guy, the mayor of Munchkin City? And then he's up there, and he's telling people how to search and when to search and where to do it. No. Mayor Isbell, Lil John Isbell over here. What are you doing, Lil John Isbell? So yeah, I did turn his voice into the Munchkin land. Okay, so I apologize for that.
Search process, and we leave that to the professionals right now.
He says they are working with.
We'll leave it to the professionals, says the Munchkin King.
With Sebastian's family as well. We're told
and still no trace of the teen. Here's Kelsey Gibbs with what we've learned so far.
A community on edge, hoping and praying that Sebastian Rogers returns home safely. They say the teen has not been spotted on any surveillance cameras, and there have been no clues of his whereabouts. People just want Sebastian home, especially those in the autistic community.
Autistic kids go missing, and it's like as an autistic person, it's a punch to the gut, right?
It was another busy day searching for the teen. Law enforcement has drones, canines, helicopters, and even horses. But officials say right now, what they need is the public searching their property. There's been no sightings on home surveillance video of Sebastian so far. And the teen's scent, his smell, hasn't been picked up by any canines. Law enforcement say they just want to find the teen and bring him home. First responders have covered more than 2,000 miles in a span of 4 days looking for Sebastian Rogers. The autistic teen was last seen early Monday in the area of Stafford Court in Hendersonville. An Amber Alert was issued for Sebastian later that day to help with the search. Sumner County Chief Deputy Eric Craddock says they are operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked away from home. Law enforcement says no amount of information is too big or too small.
Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. We have no evidence to disprove that.
Law enforcement telling us that the family
Do you have any evidence?
Their voice about.
Sorry, guys. Do you have any evidence to prove that? You don't have any evidence to disprove it, you just said, but do you have any evidence to prove it? You schmuck. Hold on, guys. Sorry.
Today, they're asking for residents to check any bodies of water.
a punch to the gut, right?
It was another busy day searching for the teen. Law enforcement has drones, canines, helicopters, and even horses. But officials say right now, what they need is the public searching their property. There's been no sightings on home surveillance video of Sebastian so far. And the teen's scent, his smell, hasn't been picked up by any canines. Law enforcement say they just want to find the teen and bring him home. First responders have covered more than 2,000 miles in a span of 4 days looking for Sebastian Rogers. The autistic teen was last seen early Monday in the area of Stafford Court in Hendersonville. An Amber Alert was issued for Sebastian later that day to help with the search. Sumner County Chief Deputy Eric Craddock says they are operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked away from home. Law enforcement says no amount of information is too big or too small.
Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. We have no evidence to disprove that.
Okay, and the mayor is standing there with Eric Craddock and Sumner County's emergency management guy, Ken Widener. Right? And you know what happens when you assume, hey, Brenda Calvert, you know what happens when you assume, Sheriff Craddock, you make an ass out of yourself. And you're trying to make an ass out of me. And no, sir, I'm not going to stand for it.
Law enforcement telling us that the family is cooperating with authorities, and they again are under the assumption that Sebastian walked away from home.
Expecting any moment right now an update on the search for that missing teenager, Sebastian Rogers. Let's listen in live.
In a few moments, I'll go through some slides and
Okay, guys, and you guys are more than welcome to go back and watch this video too. You know, please do. And I'm not going to play this whole thing, but if you want to see what they were saying on day 5, right, then we will, because it's just kind of, I want to get over to another point I'd like to make, and I can't stay on much longer because I want to come back on tonight. But it's called Let's Find Sebastian Rogers Combing Over Rewinds from the First 7 Days, right? Special books for special kids. I also have some clips in there of some kids that remind me of Sebastian, some that can contrast him. And autism spectrum disorder is, it is a spectrum, right? So not every kid is going to be the same and that's why they have to classify it like a spectrum, right? Because it's many, many different types of children that can be on that spectrum and have autistic tendencies or are diagnosed as autistic. Now, this asshole is a deer in the headlights, in my opinion. We have EMA Director Ken Widener, and then we also have the Mayor of Munchkinland joining us.
show you what we've done over the past 4 days of searching. Really wanted to come to the community and ask for your help. We need you to search your properties every day, morning and night. If there's a shed or a crawl space or up under your mobile home or a tarp that's in your yard, check it every morning and check it every night.
Okay, Sheriff Craddock, why would we do that if Sebastian doesn't like to get dirty? Like Mr. Proudfoot said, dirty. He doesn't get dirty. Nasty fuck. Sorry. Makes me sick.
Look for any details that something has been disturbed. If there's a shirt that was there today that wasn't there yesterday, notify us. You can really help us by searching your own property twice a day. Like I said, we're operating.
Bad analogy, bad idea to operate under the assumption, right? Under any assumption in a case like this. What do you think he did, Craddock? He's going to take his shirt off and leave it in one yard and then go hide in someone's shed in another? Spare me, miss me with that BS.
The assumption that Sebastian walked off, and we really need your help to ensure that he was brought home safe.
College grad right here, folks. College grad.
Okay, and when Chief talks about searching your homes, if you've got a farm, we're well aware that the tendency to follow creeks is great, and we've actually done some case studies, some history on calls and searches in the past where young men or young women have traveled to creeks. So we want you to look at creeks. We want you to look at ponds, and if you look at a pond, look for foot tracks around the pond. And then we'll go into when Chief's ready, we'll go into pictures and we'll show you.
Why don't you look for footprints and check the prints around the pond? What about the little lead that fell through? You want to explain that? You want to explain the fact that you told the news station, whoever it was earlier, that we showed that there was some footprints leading away from Sebastian's house, but that lead fell short? What do you mean? Was that footprints, away from the house because, they were messing around with flashlights around 3 a.m.? And Gina, I know, right? Look under tarps. Like, okay, he's going to take his shirt off and then hide under a tarp. No. Mm-mm. No, ma'am. I don't think so, in my opinion. But that's what they wanted. That's what they were telling the public. That's what they were saying day 4 of Sebastian's search. It makes no sense. The gullibility factor and the ignorance that they played off of is astounding.
Our operational periods and the maps that we use to track our searchers. Okay, so this is day 1, and
again, this is the days they're going to show this. They're going to show this, and I'm just going to kind of talk over it and mute it. These are the Sartopo maps of the searches, right? And we've seen these in many cases. We've actually gotten a really great one from Devlin Tate's case that we were able to analyze. Unfortunately, we didn't get such a great shot of Sebastian's because you can't really tell. But they did show it again on the very big screen so people could look a little bit closer. They did that later on. They go over the fact that horseback has been used. They go over the fact that they use fixed wing planes and drones and did all of this crap, pulling all of these resources. And guys, they pulled out all the stops, and I can't really, with a good conscience, tell you they didn't. I mean, we can see it right here. We're looking at it. We're seeing the efforts that were put in, but they were searching around the house. And I think it just speaks to the title that they found Tyler Hall safe, but they found him in his own attic after he was reported missing out of his house, right? Which made me want to revisit Sebastian Rogers' case and what they did in the search efforts and how they executed the Amber Alerts and the Endangered Child Alert and blah, 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 right? All of it. So that's what I wanted to do with this. But we're seeing that they absolutely used tons of resources and they fell short. So when they went back to the house to try to, and they pulled back, they scaled back the search, and then they decided that they wanted to turn it into a criminal investigation, right? Or work more on the investigative side, which is a huge failure, in my opinion. Why would you ever do something like that? You're supposed to be working that simultaneously, and it should be part of the investigation from day 1, in my opinion. I'm not an expert. I'm just saying it makes sense. It would be logical to do it that way. It wasn't done. It was not done. The house is the key. You see the little circle? Okay? That's where you start and you work your way out. You don't go back weeks later trying to bring in dogs and shit to a man that says, "Don't talk to my wife without me around." I have it. I've made it clear to this guy, to the mayor, everybody. You're not to talk to my wife without me there. Piece of crap.
No, we have tracked. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. We have no evidence to disprove that. The family's been nothing but cooperative with law enforcement in our investigation. We are truly operating under the assumption that there's a child missing that needs our help. So if the public is out there,
you're operating under the assumption that there's a child out there that needs your help. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Can't wait to see what Watson thinks of it.
Of a house close by or not close by, right? Check your property twice a day. If you find something, call us. If you have trail cams out on properties that you hunt, check them. If there's an image that you think could be Sebastian, call us. Anything, any tip that you have, call us. We want to bring Sebastian home.
And when the chief says,
let's not continue to assume. How did you come to the presumption that Sebastian could have even made it into them woods without any shoes on, Craddock? Oh wait, I'm not going to say that he's barefoot. Shaking his head yes, shaking his head no, shaking it yes and no. Please.
Even if it's not right here. So I actually spoke to the incident commander of a search operation that happened.
Okay, and they did some other crap where they're talking to other people who have found people on the spectrum. I'm not saying that isn't a good tactic or strategy or research tool that can be used in order to understand Sebastian further. But the people that you should have been asking this information and finding out who Sebastian is specifically is his parents. You should be asking Chris and Katie that. And when you came back and you found out that they were lying to your faces, you should have done something about it and stopped operating under an assumption, in my opinion. Hello, Mama's World. Good to see you. Right? I mean, guys, it just makes sense. You got this damn fool sitting up here looking like a deer in the headlights. Well, I don't know about the medications. Why didn't you ask about what medications he was on specifically and for what? I'm not telling you to tell the public that and blast it all over the place. What I'm saying is that you should have already known that he was not on medications for autism. He was on medications for ADHD, and he was on medications to sleep at night. Let's not forget that he didn't need those at his dad's. The same, same goes for the pull-ups. Same goes for the pull-ups. He didn't need all that. Seth was looking into more natural ways, and also Sebastian wasn't displaying issues with sleep at his house. So why continue to put him on this medication instead of looking for the root causes of what's actually happening here? It's the blame Sebastian theory. It's his fault. He's a troubled kid. Well, I wonder why. And you don't even know what medications he's on specifically and for what? And you're the sheriff? You're the deputy? You're the main guy? They should all know this information. It should be a part of his case file. And again, I'm not saying that you come out and you blast information that can screw up the integrity of your investigation, but what you do is you let people know that Sebastian is an endangered child because he's 16 and he has a rare chromosome deletion and autism. You don't just go up there blabbing your mouth looking like a damn fool. We're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. Bull crap, you are. And if you are, you shouldn't be. But I really think they were. I think they absolutely operated under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. I think he's being 100% truthful. I think it was stupid. Gina says, no one knew the Proudfoots or Corella, in my opinion, in real estate, and asked all the time. No one knew her, and so they didn't run the count, and so they don't run the county. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I think they have connections, but I don't think they're as strong as people think. And look, when they had more people, they were getting away with a lot of shit, Gina. They did a lot of stuff to Nina, right? They wreaked a lot of havoc in a lot of people's lives. And I do believe that they did that to Chris's exes. If you cross Chris, then, it's not just like we were describing the other night where, there's somebody acting, crazy and there's an argument, you feel overwhelmed, so you have someone help you out and get on the phone for you or be a voice of reason for a minute. No, they were absolutely going after people because they crossed Chris, and that's flying monkey behavior, that's enabling behavior, and they weren't able to control the situation this time. They weren't able to do what they usually do and operate how they usually operate, and that's very apparent, right? Because there's way more of us than there are of them, and I love that. And that's what's gonna help us continue to bring Sebastian to the forefront. And the mayor does run, he's ran unopposed, and he does. Yeah, they have a whole Duck Dynasty, in my opinion. I call them the Duck Dynasty, right? But they do. They have a whole this little group right here that likes to sit and drink the fine whiskey together. These three. I'm not saying Susan Island. Look at her. She's a friggin' moron. She's the PR. She's not even a detective, you guys. This is a PR person for the TBI. Susan Island. Hi. We didn't even put you on camera. Oh, there she is. Hey, Susan. Good to see ya. Oh, you're with the TBI. Can we ask you some questions? No. We're going to let the three good old boys handle it. Tell me I'm wrong. Prove me wrong.
Northern Mississippi and West Tennessee, this young man walked until he passed out. And when they got to him, he was laying face down, and they were like, "Oh my!" But he was unconscious. And they've done stories on him. And so that's something we're looking at, and we urge people to get out and check those locations. A lot of farms in Sumner County, a lot of creeks in Sumner County. Check them.
I hate to cut you guys off, but I'm really focused on getting Sebastian home, and we need to get back out and make sure we're doing everything we can. I really appreciate you guys being here and covering the story. And as soon as there's an update, I'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you.
as the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers now enters day 4. At this point, they say Sebastian walked off. The family is cooperating with the investigation.
Round-the-clock search has not stopped since 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers was reported missing from his home in Sumner County early Monday morning.
Now, previously, the community was asked to not interfere with the search efforts, but now the sheriff's office is saying that those who are willing to join the search can do so in pairs. You are asked to avoid coming to this command post, though, so that they can continue staying in touch with official law enforcement agencies. Earlier this morning, the EMA director suggested looking to bodies of water for footprints or clues. We saw Hendersonville's mounted patrol officers along a creek in the wooded area behind the command post. We also drove through Sebastian's neighborhood, which is very close to here, and saw the TBI agents walking into wooded areas behind those homes. This morning, I've also seen the TWRA with specialized ATVs, state troopers, Sumner and Wilson County sheriffs, as well as Hendersonville, Gallatin, White House Police, Sumner County EMS, just to name a few. Yesterday, the EMA director says all of the agencies walked a total of 2,000 miles and searched Sebastian's home at least 10 times. The TBI has told us Sebastian's parents are not in a position to speak or share more about him right now, but lead agencies say they will continue searching as long as it takes.
There
Again,
have
a
been no
reminder.
sightings of Sebastian on home surveillance cameras so far, and the teen scent, his smell hasn't been picked up by any canine. Law enforcement say they just want to find the teen and bring him home. First responders have covered more than 2,000 miles in the span of 4 days looking for Sebastian Rogers. The autistic teen was last seen early Monday in the area of Stafford Court in Hendersonville. An Amber Alert was issued for Sebastian later that day to help with the search. Chief Deputy Eric Craddock says they are operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked away from his home.
We have had several clips that have come in. Several of them we've been able to dispel that's not Sebastian on that clip. We are still working every lead that comes in. So as the video comes in, our detectives, we're working really well alongside the TBI and all of our other law enforcement partners in the region to make sure that we're getting on them just as quickly as possible.
Now, we have seen law enforcement officials from Gallatin, White House, all over Sumner County, as well as the TWRA helping in this search. We've also been told by law enforcement that Sebastian Rogers' family is cooperating with officials.
Now, the fourth day of searching for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers has come to a close. Officials are asking homeowners in Hendersonville to check for even the smallest signs of the boy who has autism and officials think wandered off.
We were all very concerned from the get-go. Jesse Gibson says since Monday, he's been doing what the sheriff's office in Sumner County has pleaded with homeowners to do. If people aren't really searching their property, he may be right here and we don't even know it.
Really wanted to come to the community and ask for your help. We need you to search your properties every day, morning and night. If there's a shed or a crawl space or up under your mobile home or a tarp that's in your yard, check it every morning.
Yeah, why would he go underneath any of that crap? I'm sorry, I can't at this point. We're way past that crap. They were like the Three Stooges up there. Oh, Gail, that's awesome. Exactly. I asked for the body cam due to it still being an open case. They can't. Yeah, they won't give it. Mama's World. I know. Yeah, they won't, even with the FOIA. And Showpiddle says lie. They didn't search 10 times, in my opinion. No, I don't think they did either. Because again, we're hearing that from two different sources, right? One lady said it, and then now this lady's saying it. And I think it was just something that they were telling the media to get them off their back. I don't think they searched their house 10 times. No way in hell. Lady I've asked in the past, in hindsight, said she has it. In my opinion, happened on the news station late afternoon, day one. Okay, let me go back and see if I can't find it in their archives. So thank you, Valley Gal.
I'm gonna check it every water, like creeks or ponds, looking for any small sign that the teen who has autism may have been there, like a missing shirt or footprints. It does change things in the sense that it makes me feel like they're getting more desperate, because at this point in time, everyone thought he'd be found by now. The sheriff's office says they're still working on the assumption that Sebastian walked off sometime before early Monday morning. There are boats that he could easily crawl into the back of, that there are sheds that he could easily walk into. There's so many areas on our properties that a 15-year-old boy who may not be in the right state of mind could really hide away in. I just want to see more people be aware and be on the...
Wrenching. You don't want anything to happen to anybody, let alone a child.
The heartache is deep in Sumner County as a classroom chair has sat empty all week long, one that belongs to Sebastian Rogers, a missing 15-year-old with autism. He hasn't been seen in 5 days.
There's still an active scene out here, but we do know that the Franklin Police Department, they got a call from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office yesterday asking if they could send out a dive team. And there was a small police presence outside of the Rogers family home today. There were members of that dive team. Also, there was a raft and an ATV, and officers were just looking at the area, just hoping to look for anything that could lead to Sebastian. It's a busy day inside Worsham's General Store.
Kids are buzzing in and out of here.
It's going to be 437.
Some people call it the foundation of the Shackle Island community.
Teachers are grabbing breakfast and lunch.
But this community hasn't felt stable since Monday, after 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers went missing from his home on Stratford Court.
My entire school is in a constant state of prayer for him.
Patricia Shemansky is Sebastian's former 8th grade teacher at T.W. Hunter Middle School.
He has a great sense of humor. He loves people. He loves animals.
She says Sebastian may have autism, but he's extremely high functioning.
He has a great sense of humor, loves to laugh. He's a jokester. He's extremely smart.
Feeling helpless as they wait around for answers, her school decided to honor Sebastian by wearing his favorite color.
You have to pick a pencil, you pick the green one, you pick a folder, you pick a green one. So he always picked green, so we knew it was his favorite.
This week, multiple agencies have searched thousands of miles for Sebastian, using scent-trained dogs, horses, and technology, but still no luck.
Typically, autism children are drawn to water. So if there's a pond or lake on anyone's property, to look those places.
Andrea Haynes also knows Sebastian likes small spaces.
Sebastian came to my classroom because it's a small classroom. He always was smiling and always had a great imagination when it came to drawing. I also have such hope in the team that I saw going out there. They are taking this extremely serious, and from what I saw them doing, they're leaving no stone unturned. We love him, that we're all praying for him and wishing for his safe return.
So in addition to those teachers, we saw several community members out here today wearing this exact color here, green.
Exactly. Show Poodle says, so not 10-year-old mind. Right. Exactly. Yeah. And I mean, it's very frustrating, right, to look back, and especially when I first started this channel and I started making videos, that's one of the first videos that I put out was of Sebastian's teachers, because I felt like that was the first time that I could understand who Sebastian is and, what he likes and stuff like that, right? We know that his favorite color is green because he's always picking the green one, if it's the pencil, if it's the folder, whatever it is, right? And they had all great things to say about him. And they also wanted us to know that, like, you can't tell when somebody is autistic. I mean, unless they're severely autistic, it's very difficult, right? If he's high functioning, sure, he's going to have some delays, but it's not going to be like anything major. And they definitely came out and voiced their opinions on that, and I really appreciate them for doing that, because it really helped us find it really helped us with finding out about the person that we're looking for. And we've talked about how important that is at the channel, that we need to know who we're looking for in order to look, right? Because there's going to be people, and we've seen it a million times, that have sightings of Sebastian. People say, lady, do you think this looks like Sebastian? Oh my gosh, this is a sighting. And I'm like, no, that's not him, in my opinion, right? You always send it to law enforcement. But if you're asking me my opinion, I could tell you right away that that's not Sebastian. Does it look a lot like him? Yes, it does. It really does. And I can see how you would send me this. But is it Sebastian? No. And that's why it's important to know his mannerisms and what he looks like.
They're just sending their hopes.
Oh, and also that's why it's important to, put on the flyers and things like that, especially if you're lucky enough to have a voice and a platform to use it, parents, and tell us that he has, brown eyes, right? Tell us that he has a dimple on his cheek. Tell us about his moles, because those are the things that are going to identify him and set him apart from everyone else.
And prayers that Sebastian.
Using every tool they have. On the 5th day of searching, Sebastian Rogers was last seen on February 26th at his home in Hendersonville, where he is believed to have walked away from. The quest to find him has been extensive.
Well, Haley, we know investigators have shifted their search efforts to the west of the original search grid. We also noticed some activity around Sebastian Rogers' home today. There was a bloodhound sniffing around the property, and also crews in wetsuits with oxygen tanks.
Okay, did you guys just hear that woman? She said, now we also saw on day 5, not until day 5 though. Oh my gosh, there was all this activity around Sebastian Rogers' house, guys. I'm live in front of New Shackle Island Fire Department. Ooh, I mean, she's got the scoop, right? And that wasn't until day 5 that they started actually looking for this boy over there at the house, closer to the house. Lisa King says, what is so sick is KP and CP watched as the search was happening, knowing the whole time that Sebastian did not just walk off, in my opinion. Lisa, well said. And that's exactly right. They're sitting here knowing the whole time and didn't speak up not once. Unbelievable. But yeah, guys, and she's not the only one with the scoop. Let's watch.
But since we've had no update from law enforcement at all today, it's unclear what they were doing there or why. Now, we do know, despite the 5-day search, investigators say there have been no confirmed sightings of Sebastian on surveillance cameras or doorbell video, and there's been no evidence found in the woods or bodies of water. One woman on the board for Autism Tennessee says autistic children often leave their caretakers to get away from certain stimuli or to go towards something they're drawn to. She knows firsthand because she's an autistic self-advocate.
It's so easy to put myself in that person's shoes to say, like, I was young and I was not an eloper, but I understand the impulse and the feeling. And so, yeah, I've just been sort of feeling very sick and afraid. And I want a good outcome, but there's no guarantee.
Now, law enforcement have reiterated that their parents have been fully cooperative and there's no reason to believe any foul play. No word on when the search or how it will work.
Residents are coming together wearing green in support of Sebastian Rogers. This was spearheaded by the Facebook group Finding Sebastian Rogers, which has nearly 3,000 members. Green is believed to be Sebastian's favorite color. That's what led to this idea. News 2 spoke with 2 mothers who say watching the search for Sebastian has been heartbreaking. But by wearing the color green, they just hope Sebastian knows how much he's loved.
I told her that. She said, Mommy, another day. They didn't find him yet. And I was like, yeah, baby, another day. And she's more emotional than I am. So she almost cried. But she was like, yeah, absolutely. I'll do it. And I'll tell all my friends at school.
And a couple of the kids in my class came in wearing it. And one of the little girls, I was like, oh, I love your green. And she's like, my mommy told me today that we are wearing green because Sebastian is still missing.
Now, if you wore green today, you can share your photos with us on Pix, P-I-X, at WKRN.
Unfortunately, this morning, we have not been told of any leads or pieces of evidence, but we have been keeping track of the activity here at the command post and beyond. So earlier this morning, around 8:30 a.m., we were able to join members of the Greenbrier Fire Department as they searched a wooded area on foot. It's about 3 miles south of this command post. So like all of the agencies that are searching on foot, they turned on their tracking devices so they can maintain a map of what has and what hasn't been investigated. Then around 10 a.m., we were led to some activity outside Sebastian's home. The EMA, police, plus ATVs and a raft were all parked there, and a dog was sniffing around the property. No word as to what exactly they were looking for or why that specific equipment was there. But
whoa, buddy. So here we go with another lady, news lady. She's saying to us, hey, look, everybody's wearing green out there, but let me tell you, they're over at the Proud Feet's, Stinky Poopy Feet's house, and they're going, really in on using the dogs in the area close to the home, and they have dive teams out here, and they're doing, there's all kinds of there's all kinds of investigating going on day 5 of Sebastian Rogers' search. This should have been day 1, simultaneously looking for Sebastian. And by the way, you should have taken Chris and Katie Proudfoot down to the station, and Seth too. Sorry, Seth, but I'm talking the first of the investigation, and I know you agree with me.
beyond that, there is clear support from surrounding,
which, by the way, doesn't happen all the time,
county agencies as well, and community members who are encouraged to search their property in pairs. Now, as well as that, if you could continue checking your surveillance and trail cameras, they appreciate it. And if you have any information, you can pass it along to the Sheriff's Department.
Coming together to help the first responders who are searching for Sebastian, Live Love Nashville will be providing dinner tonight for those crews. Nearly 100 people will be fed.
All right, and then here's day 5, a little bit of footage of old Ken Widener out there with the bloodhound. No scent was picked up, nothing, no clues were found, but here they are anyway out there doing their thing. I want to redirect also to Live Love Nashville, who provided some food, some snacks to the searchers and that sort of thing. They are absolutely affiliated, and one of the charities that PigFest gives money to, right? They choose like 5 charities, and they give those charities all of the proceeds or much of some of the proceeds that come from PigFest. And we know that because, that was my first trip to Hendersonville, And I definitely did my research before I went. They also do Christmas for Kids, and this is where we see Sebastian Rogers at Christmas for Kids, right? Having a great time. He's so cute. He's all happy with Katie. Okay. So I just want to point that out. And give me a second here. Sorry.
Community members who are encouraged to search their property in pairs. Now, as well as that, if you could continue checking your surveillance and trail cameras,
and there's been no sign of him since.
It's cold and wet out here, but first responders say they're not giving up in finding Sebastian, and neither are his friends. 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers still missing after 5 days. The community desperate for answers. Rebecca Goodard's son is in Sebastian's class.
Okay, so she says neither are his friends. Right? Was she told that Sebastian doesn't have any friends and that he wishes for them for Christmas? Because they're not talking to Sebastian's friends. This is a kid from his class, and I'm not saying it wasn't his friend. I'm just saying that Sebastian did have friends. He just didn't have people that were coming over to his house to play or him coming to get him to play because Chris and Katie in the way that they are, in my opinion. Right? He didn't have it like a normal kid would. But again, she's like, talking about his friends, but then here comes Chris and Katie on Duchess for the Missing and says he wants friends. He wants friends. And then Chris goes on Terry Lynn and says that he's, doesn't have any friends because he likes to have accidents in his pants. And he didn't say it that nicely. What a piece of garbage. Just like I thought, trash.
At Beach High School.
Being a mom of children with special needs and autism and the cognitive impairment and things, it's like I'm living my worst nightmare. I'm watching it unfold.
Investigators looking for Sebastian around the clock using canines, drones, and helicopters. Rebecca and other neighbors searching too.
I took Monday off of work and I looked in every outbuilding, every creepy barn and chicken coop that I've ever seen from a road in this area.
Sebastian's parents not talking to the media. Deputies say, though, that they are cooperating. Rebecca says she's only met them at school a few times.
I do drop my kids off at their classroom, and so I see him and say hello to him, and he's a very sweet, kind, seems to be a happy boy.
Crews say they've collectively searched thousands of miles for Sebastian. People here not wanting to rest until he's home safe.
I think no matter what happens in Sumner County with this, Sumner County needs a lot of prayer and comfort right now because it's been a big week.
Right now, deputies aren't asking for volunteers, but what they say that you can do is check out.
Yeah, and Sumner County's not missing, right? Sebastian's missing. So I know where Sumner County is. We're seeing everybody's talking and walking around just fine. We know where they are. What about Sebastian? Well, Sumner County needs comfort. No, this is a time for investigation. Comfort comes later when we find the child, in my opinion. Gina says there's a lot of nepotism at Beach. I worry Sebastian could have been bullied, and I don't believe all the love, right? The whole love story, right? I don't know what to think there, Gina, but I will say that we know Terry Lynn went to Beach. So that's the supporting evidence right there, I think. And I do think a lot of the bullying happened at home, no doubt about it. The thing is he could have been dealing with it from all angles. Okay, so now again, they're going to tell us that we're going to be looking under tarps and stuff. What a bunch of weirdos.
Out your home security.
Every day, every night, nonstop, 24 hours around the clock, it seems like.
Neighbors, friends, and local and state agencies are going to extensive lengths to find a missing 15-year-old in 5 days since police say Sebastian Rogers seemingly walked away from his Hendersonville home. Investigators say there has been no sign or sighting of him since.
Well, Haley, new agencies have now joined in on this effort, including Franklin Police's dive team and the Greenbrier Fire Department. Now, we have not received any update from law enforcement at any time today, but we have been able to keep an eye on what investigators have been doing today. Now, earlier this morning, there were crews around Sebastian Rogers' home. A bloodhound was sniffing around the area, and a dive crew put on wetsuits with oxygen tanks. It's unclear why they returned to that area, though. We do know search crews moved their efforts west of the original search grid today. Yesterday, they focused on bodies of water, even draining a pond east of Sebastian's home. 200 people have been on the ground each day, and many are flying helicopters and drones in the air. Police are asking neighbors to not join.
Okay, so really quick, I just want to point out that now we're seeing that day 5, that's when they drain the pond too. So this is what pond, as also. Sorry, it sounded like I said pontoon. But no, they drained the pond as well on this day, right? So again, just watching it back as it's playing out, all of this activity, and they're going, I don't know why they're going back to the house. Well, gee, I wonder why. It's wild. And I don't know, Jenny, if you're talking about Autumn, I don't know who Autumn's boyfriend is. I know that it was alleged that Sebastian was talking to someone at school, and Bobby, the neighbor's son, was seeing her, and that's something that I think the SF Investigates put out, and I just don't believe anything that guy says. Um, he's he's all about defamation of character. He's done it to me. He's done it to many, and I just don't believe anything he says on that. If that's the case, but if not, let me know.
In on this search, but they should check their own properties every morning and night. Residents have been looking for any disturbances and have been checking small spaces where a child may hide on their property. Sebastian's neighbors say the whole community has been worried.
I know me personally, I have kids that are in elementary school and middle school. Every day we drive by the command center. My kindergartner says, Mommy, have they found him? And I say no. And she says, it makes me sad, Mommy. He's probably really hungry. And I said, I know, they're still looking. And it's a daily thing. So I can only hope for the best so that I can give her a positive outcome.
At last check, Sebastian has not been seen on any surveillance camera or doorbell video. Neighbors are holding regular vigils for him.
It's been nearly 6 days since 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers went missing from his home in Hendersonville, and this morning the search continued.
Well, Blake, despite the thousands of miles that officials have searched, there still has been no sighting of Sebastian Rogers. But folks here in Sumner County are not giving up hope. It's been an extensive and all-hands-on-deck effort. Anything from helicopters to bloodhounds to dive teams and more. Sebastian is 5'5" and weighs 120 pounds with dirty blonde hair. He's most likely wearing a black sweatsuit and glasses. Now, there is an active Amber Alert for the teen with autism. Officials say it was issued due to the cold and rainy weather, as well as how long he's been missing, especially without his medications. Volunteers and community members are also pitching in, hoping that something positive comes out of this horrifying situation. Right on day one, I mean, there were agencies coming together for sure. I'd say half a dozen, but now we're over a dozen. And like I said, I saw people as far as Collierville coming in, and that's over 3 hours away. So definitely everyone coming in to help find Sebastian Rogers and really hoping for that positive outcome and doing everything they can, hopefully, to find him.
Meanwhile, the search in Sumner County for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers enters another critical day.
It's just like unbelievable. You would never think that he'd be missing, and especially for as long as he's been missing.
6 days and still no sign of Sebastian Rogers. Search crews have walked thousands of miles this week looking for him.
We're just gonna walk straight out to the.
They've used specialized technology and sent trained dogs to help navigate the rural terrain.
It's just been a lot of search and rescue all over the property.
The Sumner County Sheriff's Office wants people to review footage from their security and trail cameras, focusing on the time frame from Sunday afternoon through Monday morning, asking people to look for any movements, vehicles, or people.
Like, they came and knocked on our door and was like, hey, we're going to be searching this property. You have ponds.
Brooke Clark lives near Long Hollow Pike, the area where Sebastian was last seen. The Sheriff's Office has told her and others in the area to look in their sheds, garages, under tarps and dense brush, any place a child might seek shelter or could become trapped.
A lot of places you can hide. I mean, we've searched the barns. I went around saying his name.
Clark says everyone in the community is worried.
We have a strong community. I just really hope that they find him safe. Just praying, praying, praying.
Video to share with the Sheriff's Office. You can upload it directly to them. We have information on how to do that at News Channel.
1 week since 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers went missing over in Sumner County.
The Sumner County Sheriff's Office tells us that a group of local investors invested a minimum of $3,000 toward any information that would help investigators in finding Sebastian Rogers. I now want to bring in EMA Director of Sumner County, Ken Widener. Ken, as we near this week-long search effort, where are you focusing starting today?
Well, we keep expanding. So we've expanded west and we're expanding north. We just keep expanding the search area and we're bringing different.
Okay, you just witnessed it, guys. Ken Widener lying his ass off to everybody. You didn't expand it, Ken. You expanded it and then I don't know what you would call it, scaled it back. You brought it right back to the house, Ken. Okay, we just watched it. Don't try to act like you guys were expanding. No, you didn't. You expanded, and then you went right back to the house. Day 5, Ken. This is day 7.
Teams in yesterday. We had a group from East Tennessee come in. They're mountainous experts and they do caves, and so we've had any cave that we've marked, we've had them in those caves. City of Gallatin has done all the storm drains in the area with cameras. So we keep expanding and just doing everything that we can to try to. Okay.
All right, guys.
Search. You said you've been expanding. About how much?
We talked about this before, right? With the otter, with Splash the Otter. So instead of them putting cameras down these places, we would like the otter to go there. Again, I just want to point that out because this is what we're asking for. We're just asking for you guys to go back and look at these things, right? Take the otter back to the places that you couldn't quite get to. That's all we're asking for. We're not asking for too much.
Ground have you covered?
We're miles now. Now, the further south you go towards Hendersonville, we get into the city, and we would expect he would be located or seen if he were in the city. And we've gone into the city, sort of in the fringe, in the more not as urban areas.
Okay, so he went to the city in the fringe. Okay, looking for what? Under the tarps, Ken? Come on now. Come on. This is crazy. This is ridiculous. All I'm asking for, right, is for them to take this otter, because if they want to send a message back to Jilly, our friend, who's a searcher, who I've searched with, who's went back and searched with Jen without me, they're continuing to search there, guys. And so if they're emailing her back and saying, we're dedicated to Sebastian's case, then where are you? Show me your dedication. I want to see it.
Of Henderson, but we've been all the way to the lake on the streams that travel to the lake. We've been to the lake.
And you have over 300 searchers here.
Well,
yesterday.
We had 330 on the ground, and then we'll run the numbers later today on how many come in today, and we run that as the day goes on.
43 years in law enforcement. What does this experience look like in terms of people coming together to help out in this one mission to find Sebastian Rogers?
Well, one thing about Tennessee and the Southeast is we're always going to have people that want to help, and we get calls from across the state for people that want to come in and help us, and the thing that we've got to do is be able to manage that. So we track everybody that's on the ground. The first 2 days we did 2,000 miles of people walking, and we haven't run those numbers for the entire.
All right, you didn't run the numbers, and you're not going to tell us the numbers. Okay, first of all, quit bullshitting us. It's insulting. So Ken Widener is sitting here telling us that they need a way to manage people when they told us on day 4, excuse me, when they told us on day 4 that they have this amazing system called Sartopo, and they showed us the fucking maps. They showed us all of it. Well, look at our fancy dancy system. We call it Sartopo. That's what he calls it. That's what Craddock calls it, Sartopo. Okay? But we need a way to manage it. Bullshit, bitch, you already have a way to manage it. I'm sorry. Guys, the lies and manipulation from the Sumner County Sheriff's Department is off the it's off the charts. It has been. They just come out here, okay, let me look pretty for the camera. That's crazy, Gina. I cannot believe that. I cannot even believe that they would do something like that, right? Gina's talking about how her daughter had, was looking through one of the classrooms that they had choir in, and she had gotten in trouble, and they were trying to throw the book at her. That's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Oh, Mama, thank you for the green hearts. But yeah, come on. It really teased me off, because he's sitting here, he's lying. Oh, well, we need a way to manage everybody. No, you don't. They could download the app on their cell phone and be linked up to that. And if anything, you could link them up to the public one and then compare notes or whatever. If you don't want them on your on Eric Craddock's Sartopo, put them on their own friggin' Sartopo. Get a second map going. I mean, then we sit there and wonder why Seth is upset. Oh, I don't know why he's so pissed off, right? I don't know why he should be mad. Come on.
Duration of this operation, but it's great, and to be able to call in specialized groups that do the things that we can't do is really good. Oh yeah, just the drive to find him. We'll go talk to the parents in a little while, and every morning we sit and talk to them.
All right, guys, there you heard it. On day 7, they're going over there to talk to the parents. We've been doing that every morning. Really? Is that part of your new ritual and routine, Ken? Is to go have tea and crumpets with Katie and Chris? Oh, God. Where's Seth? Is Seth invited to this little fucking powwow, as Chris Proudfoot likes to call them, the little freaking powwows? Is he a part of that? I don't think he was a part of that, Ken. Why are you going over there talking with them and not talking with this child's father? Why is he not in on any of your private little conversations that you have with the stinky poop feet?
We're going to do everything for them and for Sebastian to get him located.
Thank you so much, Ken. If you do have any information, you're asked to reach out to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or the TBI. Also, check those cameras, like they said, Sunday to Monday, Sunday afternoon to Monday.
Day 7 of the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Emily, I'm told that close to 300 trained search and rescue volunteers have been out here on the ground all day trying to find Sebastian. That's hundreds more than the 80 or so that we saw during the week. Now, this weekend, the National Guard was called in. TBI has been involved all week, and agencies from Wilson, Knox, and Williamson counties are all here to help Sumner County. They all want you to know they are all over this area, checking and double checking every inch of space. All week, they've used specialized technology, canines, and sheer manpower to cover the ground here. TBI has been involved, and the county is talking to the FBI as well on advice for how to move forward here. And the community has been asked to both check their properties and check their video camera footage from Sunday to Monday. Everybody has the same goal. Sumner County Fire saying at this time, try not to get in the way of the professionals. The agencies have been training for things like this for years. They have the Emergency Management Association of all of the different counties in any state.
This is what they do. They are ready for these kind of events. They just ask for patience of everybody to let them do what they've been trained to do.
Now they are wrapping up search operations for today. I'm told they'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning, but that they are going to be scaling back some of the search operations going into this week. But as of now, nobody has seen Sebastian.
Yeah, Witchy Mama, I do need a BS button, right? We can smack it. Oh my goodness. All right, well, I'll work on that. So here it is, guys. You know, and I did mess with that lady's voice too, right? I turned her into the munchkin, little munchkin over there. If everybody wants to come out and help, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's like, no, be quiet. Put them on Sartopo. Use the technology you have. Oh my gosh, guys. Well, I better get off of here, but I'm here to tell you, this is a mess, and it's been a mess. And you know, it's always good to make light of situations, so we don't get too PO'd, right? We can still make sure that we, you know, keep our wits about ourselves and don't get too far into the BS, right? We need to stay on the outside of it, right? And so that's where we can use a little bit of humor to, you know, exit from that situation. I want to come back tonight, so I'll see you guys all tonight. Love you too, Mama. Love you guys. Thank you, Show Poodles, for being here. Absolutely. And thank you guys so much, mods, chat, everybody. I will see you guys all next time.